Those are cute. And all wet.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's pretty wet.
Hi, Chris, we can hear you.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to get my headphones. Or Guess we're close to starting.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our special council meeting for Thursday, November the 6th. I wish to now call today's meeting to order, and I do wish to begin by recognizing that the District of Sooke is located on the unceded territories of both the Sooke and Shaanu nations. We acknowledge and thank them for their stewardship of the lands and waters. Council, I would like to now turn your attention to item 3, which is approval of today's agenda. And that is that the agenda for the November 6, 2025 special meeting of council be adopted as presented. It's moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Beddoes. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Item 4 would be that council resolves into committee of the whole to hear a report of the clean version of the official community plan OCP bylaw number 800 as amended. Moved by Councillor Bateman, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre. All those in favor, and that's carried unanimously. So council, we are now sitting under committee of the whole, which allows for more flexible meeting participation. So I will begin by turning this over to our staff for their presentation, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I've included a brief presentation with this report intended to set the stage for today's committee of the whole discussion on the OCP bylaw number 800 following rescission of second reading. I'll start with a quick update on where we are in the overall OCP process, then go over the reference documents before the committee today. After that, I'll walk through how the discussion will be structured, what staff's role will be, and how we'll record consensus related to any proposed changes and next steps. So today's committee of the whole meeting follows council's resolution on October 27th to rescind second reading of OCP bylaw number 800 and refer it here for review. The purpose today is to confirm the phase 2 red line edits and identify if there are any further changes the committee wishes to propose to council prior to second reading. The discussion should reference the Phase 2 red line or the clean October 2025 working draft, which is the version council would act on when second reading occurs. Of course, this review also helps keep the OCP on track to meet the Bill 44 timeline, which is adoption prior to the end of the year. In January 2025, Council endorsed a focused work plan to complete and adopt the OCP by the end of the year. In July, a Phase 1 red line and an engagement plan were presented and endorsed by Council, setting the foundation for the next phase of work. The final frame engagement followed in late August through September, including open houses, pop-ups, targeted stakeholder meeting, and a survey. Using that feedback, staff prepared the Phase 2 red line and a consolidated clean version for Council's consideration of second reading in October. At the October 27th meeting, Council resolved to rescind second reading and directed staff to refer the bylaw to this committee of the whole for further review. That brings us to today. The committee is reviewing that consolidated work and will be making recommendation to Council on whether the document is ready for second reading or further edits should be considered first. We recognize that most of the committee's review today will focus on the Phase 2 red line, which includes tracked edits and review comments from staff. That is totally appropriate, as the intent of today's meeting is to confirm whether the committee is comfortable with those Phase 2 edits or wishes to see further changes before second reading. From a procedural standpoint, the clean October 2025 draft is the current working version of the bylaw. It's the version that would move forward to Council for second reading once all agreed upon edits are incorporated. As the committee goes through discussion, staff will ensure that any feedback on the red line is cross-referenced to the corresponding section in the clean version so that the record of changes and any subsequent amendments remain clear. In terms of the structure of the discussion today, it's recommended that the committee begin by confirming that the Phase 2 red line edits reflect Council's intent, essentially whether the committee is satisfied with the changes made since the public engagement period. Once that's complete, the committee can confirm if there are any additional edits or clarifications they wish to propose. Staff will record every proposed change live within a summary of proposed edit spreadsheet, which will be projected on screen. This document will form the committee's official record of recommendations back to Council and is intended to be linked to the final motion. As discussion progresses, we'll also distinguish between items that are minor adjustments, such as wording, formatting, or clarifications, and those that are major policy changes that may require further analysis before second reading. Staff's role here is to help guide the committee's review, to clarify the intent of policies, respond to questions, and make sure everyone has the information needed to make informed recommendations. Where proposed edits could have broader implications, for example, a change to a land use designation, mapping boundary, or policy direction, staff will flag those as substantial items that may require further analysis or reporting prior to second reading. Otherwise, staff will focus on process and ensure that all feedback is captured accurately for the record. The summary of proposed edits will be updated live through this meeting so everyone can see what's being recorded. We'll only be logging items where there is general agreement from the committee that a change should be considered. This helps keep the discussion efficient and focused on items with some shared direction. Each agreed upon item will be logged with the relevant section, the source of the comment, and the committee's outcome. Where there's agreement to move an idea forward, we'll mark it as supported. If the committee agrees that an item requires more technical or policy review before a decision, it'll be marked as refer to staff for review. By the end of today's meeting, this table will be finalized and form attachment 1 to the minutes, providing a clear, transparent record of the committee's recommendations to Council. Once the committee completes its review and the summary of proposed edits is finalized, the document becomes the basis for recommendation to Council. Council then has the flexibility in how it proceeds. If most of the proposed changes are minor or administrative, Council can move directly to second reading as amended and direct staff to schedule a public hearing. If the committee identifies more substantial edits, as noted previously, for example, changes that affect mapping, policy direction, or land use designations, staff would bring those back to Council or committee, summarizing the implications and possible options before preparing any new draft. This ensures clarity of direction and helps manage both time and cost. Because the OCP is produced in InDesign through our consultant, we'll only issue a revised clean version once council's direction is clearly confirmed. And that brings us to the recommended motion here, which is broadly written to allow either outcome. Council may give second reading as amended if the changes are relatively minor, or direct staff to prepare a revised version if more substantive edits are identified. This concludes staff presentation, but staff are here to support the committee's review and to record any direction for council's consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction here. So council had asked for an opportunity to have questions answered or to provide potential edits other than what had already been recommended by staff. So this is our opportunity to do this, and there is no public input here. This is a council workshop that is open to the public. It is also being webcast. Further public input would be available once we actually get to a public hearing. And at that time, council can take input from the public and suggest a further amendment at that time, but we're not quite there yet. This is an opportunity now for council to do their work. So who would like to go first? Go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Okay, well, as council knows, I've sent through a file of minor typos and grammatical matters, which certainly will not require any additional work by the planning department, but I have now sent those to council and corporate services and will not be raising those issues today. Okay, and so I'll just begin. I note that there is boldface words throughout the document, and I'm pretty sure those refer to the glossary. And I think we just need at the top of, in the table of contents perhaps, just a reference that these bold-faced words refer to the glossary. Okay, that's my opening. I have many more, but
Okay.
we're going to do this systematically, I think.
Well, we could,
Page
just,
by
I
page.
think it might be benefit to, just to mix it up a little bit. And in case anyone viewing is curious, in terms of what Councillor Bateman had provided, it might be something like second paragraph, second line, there's spacing between in and 1994. It's not a material change. It's just a typo, or perhaps a capitalization or a spelling, grammar, minimizing rather than minimize.
Yeah.
Just so that people here know what you're talking about. They're not material, they're not substantial, well, but I appreciate your editing lens on this. Okay, other council members? Oh, over to staff.
Yeah, sorry, just a recommendation here. Can we get consensus on proposed changes so we
Okay.
can log them correctly? Just, I want to ensure that all council is in agreement with Councillor
Okay.
Bateman's
So what
suggestion.
Councillor Bateman has provided is now on the screen in front of us for the table of contents, and just a reference to the bold tape vice to be explained as referencing glossary terms. So that's really small.
I move we go ahead with those changes.
Yep.
Theros.
We don't actually need, at this point, we're building as consensus. So I think if there's a real difference of opinion on this, we'll call for a vote. But at this point, unless anyone disagrees with that, we're moving on to the next item. But here's where staff need to be able to capture that. Okay, next member of council. Councillor Haldane, in the microphone, please.
Okay, well, I'll start with, so in the document, and we've had some conversations about this at UBCM, different things like that. And there's nowhere in the document, as there was in the document we're using right now, the OCP, to recognize areas that could be excluded from the ALR. And the reason I ask that, because we have parking issues across from the public boat launch. The only property available there with any size is a piece of ALR. There's a bunch of road cross sections in Sooke that even our mapping shows that need land for those. And some of those properties are in the ALR. And the original document that we're using right now as our OCP shows an industrial technical area with a circle around it as a possible exclusion at some point, or, you know, it gives us a mapping. So if we go to the ALR board or the provincial government and ask about exclusions, then at least we can say that these have been in our official community plan, and we've been looking at possibilities, and we don't have anything in there that represents any of that at this time. I'd like to see something. Again, there's properties that are desperate for us for road cross sections and things like that. So no owner's going to give up that land without us coming to them with options. So I'd like to see something in there.
Okay,
Some language.
let's start with one item at a time. Is there a staff response to that? And then maybe in the meantime, Councillor Haldane, you could suggest where in the document that should be inserted.
Yeah, through the chair. So yeah, the existing OCP does have general classifications right now, like technical industrial area is one of them. And they do exist over some ALR boundaries. And my understanding was that they were implemented into the OCP basically to flag areas that could potentially be excluded for different uses. They don't have any sort of legal standing, those general classifications. They're a bit of an anomaly, I think, in the existing OCP, but I will say that this comment or the suggested change was not something that came out of the initial creation of the OCP. So this would be, I guess, a new source of information, right? It would be outside of the scope of the changes that we were directed to implement into this document. So we could certainly make the change if it's the will of the committee and council, but it would be more of a substantial change and likely require staff to consider how we would implement that, and we require further direction from council.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, this is the first meeting we've had as a council to bring up anything, so.
No, it's not.
It is, when you guys haven't met with the group and the ALR people and the staff and the before you, I mean, if you have, I don't have any reference to that, and the public's definitely not been involved other than the public hearing that we had once upon a time, but you know, you're not counting that, I hope. So this here gives me an opportunity to tell you stuff that's missing, and more importantly, the OCP is supposed to be a static document. It's supposed to be continually growing from whatever we start with. So why we would have no mention of this. I talked to an ALR lawyer recently, and these guys work for the province as well as they work privately. And if we don't put any framework in the OCP to allow for properties to be applied for, then they're not going to look at it. So we have to come up with something. So you have to give them, we give them direction, they give us direction, and then they tell us how we can go about this, unless we're not looking to take out any land. And if that's
There's been applications over the years where they have come to council for endorsement. Maybe they've been successful, perhaps not. So those meetings have happened. In terms of a general conversation of all the lands we want removed from the ALR, no, that has not happened because there's been no move for council to make that happen. So now I'll go to our staff member.
Yeah, just to confirm also, there's an action item in the OCP under 4.6.44, which is for the district to create an ALR exclusion policy. So this would basically be a separate policy from the OCP document that would look at, I guess, opportunities or strategies on excluding certain lands from the ALR.
Can you advise me on what page that is in the red line in the
Yes,
large
that is on page 117
117
of the document.
of attachment 2? Okay, perfect.
So action item 4.6.44. It's also in the table of actions.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Beddoes.
So Councillor Haldane brought a good point up. So we have it in the OCP, is that right? That, I mean, 4.6.4 create a district policy for AL exclusions. So this will be work continued on after the OCP's passed. And I don't know what more we can do with this thing, because when you come to excluding, you know, for us to exclude ALR land, we would have to consult with the people that own the land. Maybe they don't want it excluded from the ALR. They want to keep farming it. For us to go overlook and go right on top of them and saying, oh no, we're going to we're gonna do it for you. I don't know if that's right, so,
Well,
I'm quite happy with what's in there.
there is a section under 4.6.4, protect food production lands. The three policies, the subsequent actions. So it does create an opportunity here for exclusions to come once this document has been adopted and put into effect. So I think the public would deserve an opportunity to be consulted and to discuss that as a whole, as opposed to council right now deciding what we individually feel should be in and out. Councillor St. Pierre?
I've had quite a few conversations with the chair of the ALC and various staff. My understanding is that if the district wanted to have or to support an exclusion, first of all, the ALC is going to go by its own premises. It's going to make its own decision regardless. Having said that, it's absolutely the case that if our various documents support that kind of an exclusion, if we have a specific purpose that aligns with, ALC mandates and so on and so forth, if we can show all of that stuff, it would have to be part of a larger decision and a larger plan. So I think that if you're looking at, for example, the exclusion policy, it would probably determine when that sort of thing would happen and what sort of plan requires it and when we would support it as a district. But we wouldn't easily be able to, at this point in time, without a lot more research, figure out which parcels might actually necessitate that kind of a treatment and that kind of an ask. It would be on a case per case basis as it comes up and would require some kind of an exclusion policy to guide council at that point in time, which would then support everything, one in a chain and hopefully sway the ALC, which honestly might still not happen. So I think what's in place here does allow for what Councillor Haldane is looking for and supports it in the process that I think would be recognized by the ALC.
Okay, before I turn to the next council member, this may already have been captured by Councillor Bateman's edits, and it's just for the headings to all be in all caps throughout the document. Sometimes they're all in capital letters and sometimes some are in both. So like on page 73, neighborhood area plans is a mixture of upper and lowercase. So pick one and stick to it. Probably uppercase. Okay, next member of council, Councillor St. Pierre, did you have something? Your microphone is on.
Oh, actually I do have, I was hoping that Councillor Haldane could maybe let us know if this is actually good enough or what would make.
Okay, Councillor Haldane, does that resolve the matter? Do you have something further or a motion you'd like to make or?
Oh, I'd like to see it mapped in there, but I don't have a way of making that happen. I don't have a magic wand, so.
Okay, so for now, at least there's an opportunity that once this is adopted, that can move forward and a more robust discussion with the community and landowners can occur. That's quite a study that would need to be.
Well, I think that if you're asking for people in the community to stop in at the museum and the community hall and stuff like that, if you have these things mapped or available for people, then the discussion begins at that point. So if we leave everything out that we don't want in the document, then there won't be any discussion on it. Then we can talk about it at a later date, and that's perfect. It's an
But
easy way to
it's the
sterilize.
formation of a policy, which would then initiate, and the council of the day would determine what that looks like. But right now, it's just in here that an exclusion policy needs to take place. That'll come at a later date by a future council. More than likely. Okay, Mr. Riley.
Sorry, just one more point of clarification here is that during the transfer of a PDF to a Word document where we've made the red line edits, there are some formatting changes. So in the clean version of the OCP, we do have all those headings capitalized for like neighborhood area plans, for example.
You've
Yeah.
probably already told me that before, so thank
Okay,
you for
sorry.
reminding
Wanted to be
me.
clear. Thank you.
Welcome to the meeting, Councillor McMath. We're going around to council members to have questions put forward and suggested edits put forward. So Councillor St. Pierre, did you have something next?
Sure, I do have something actually. In section 4.6.2.5, I don't have the page offhand. It's to do with agriculture. Let me just find it again because I went looking elsewhere. Okay, so consider updating Sooke zoning bylaw to implement an appropriate minimum on-site or off-site requirement for food growing space.
Just Councillor St. Pierre, I think it would be helpful if you can just let us know the page so we can all turn to it.
I think it's page 119 from what I can see.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Perfect. So I've had a request on the part of Sooke to, because there's been interest on the part of council, on the part of the community to have more community gardens, to change the word consider, which is quite weak, to prioritize.
.6.5.
4.6.2.5.
Okay, well, our staff are scrolling to get it on the screen. It'd be helpful.
Point of order. It's quick.
With the microphone on.
Yeah.
Okay, I just note that in our staff report today, there was a suggestion that we would proceed chronologically through the document, because it's really hard to be skipping page over 280, whatever this number is. So if we could be patient and just progress it through the document from stem to stern. And what do you think?
That works, but I'm going by council members. So how about we do this? Let's just deal with this one and then I'll try something new. So 4.6.2.5, you want to change the word consider to prioritize. It would depend on council and their strategic priorities at the time. Mr. Riley?
Yeah, I'll just note that in the action items, so I believe it's part 8 or part 6, the implementation part of the OCP, it does state this as a short-term timeline. I'm not sure if that changes things, but in terms of prioritization, it is a short-term action that's envisioned.
I think the concern was over the word consider, which doesn't actually have any teeth to it at all. It doesn't actually say anything except you might want to think about it. Slightly stronger language of some kind. The word that was suggested was prioritize, but we could just remove the word consider and put update Sooke zoning bylaw to implement appropriate. And then it doesn't actually say prioritize. It just says we're going to do it at some point. It is stronger language. And it's still up to the council today to determine if that's a strategic priority or not.
It would depend on likely the next council. So it's in here, it's defined as a short-term item. The OCP is meant to have a 5-year lifespan. So I would say short-term, and if 5 years is the length of the document, would occur in the 1 to 2 years.
I'm still back to the word consider being absolutely weak.
Okay, then put a motion forward.
I'd like to put a motion to remove the word consider and change to update Sooke zoning bylaw to implement an appropriate minimum on-site and off-site requirement. And we'll leave it to your council to decide when that happens and how.
Okay, does anyone have any contrary view to that? Seeing none, then, okay, you do? Okay, then.
It's not a contrary, it's not contrary, it's just that, you started off with the terms of reference, so this has cost implications. So are we going to start making a laundry list of things that we don't have costs associated with? Like, I'm not disagreeing with what Councillor St. Pierre is suggesting, because there's a lot of language throughout these recommendations that are considered, will, maybe, should, I don't know. And as soon as we go down this road of develop it, well, now that's staff time, that's money, that's public hearings, that's all kinds of things that will flow out of this. So kind of hard for me to support something without and get me wrong, we're going to go down a rabbit hole with this whole OCP of what's it costing.
Yeah.
I can't support things that are going to not have a cost plan associated with it. Not because I don't think it's a bad idea. I just think that this is, it's easy to sit here and, in November of 2025 and some council down the road is going to have to look at a council report. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, I'm happy with the way it is. I think it is for the council of the day, and we've got a year left, and I think the council of the day will determine if it's a priority or not when they do their strat plan. So I'm quite happy with leaving it in as it is.
Okay, anything from anyone else before I go back to the mover? Go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, so I'm okay with prioritize. I think it's a good word and I'll support that. Just want to follow up on your comments there around costing.
Mhm.
Now, as the updated document does very clearly indicate in the implementation plan, actions may be subject to future council consideration, departmental work planning, future budgeting and analysis to further define scope of work.
Yeah.
So this OCP is not bringing any costs to the district. It's going to be up to future councils and each budgeting cycle to determine which of these actions we will implement. So I think I think that myth needs to be exploded immediately.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Haldane.
So am I to understand then that any major cost implications in this document are going to be tabled until the next council?
No, what I'm suggesting, or I'll let what Councillor Pearson had said is that he has a concern that if this is in here, it would have a cost impact that a subsequent council would have to address. We're dealing strictly right now with with what is on the table by Councillor St. Pierre.
Yeah, so I guess just to the point
So
would be that
on that, do you support this wording change, or do you have some other amendment, or disagree with what has been put forward?
I disagree.
Okay, fine. I'll go to our corporate staff, please.
I just want to make it clear that while we're in committee of the whole, we don't have to pass motions for each item that we want to bring forward. We can simply do what I would call a straw vote, just so that we have direction for staff. So based on any recommendations that you make, as long as we can capture whether everyone is in favor or, but it doesn't have to be an official motion.
No, I hear you, but I have no idea what is on the mind of counselors. So I'm deviating to a practice that I know where I want some clarity and a motivation to change anything at this point in time.
Absolutely, and to request that vote. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that everyone.
Just now. Okay. None of us might be here next term. That's the reality. So if we're looking to leave this to the next council, then I would just leave the language as is. And if they choose to prioritize it, they can. It's just like you said, it's a flowing document. It's a living document. So if it's a priority for them, and as this council knows better than anyone else, things come up. COVID was our massive experience and priorities change. So I don't think prioritize needs to be in that language right now.
And I'll also note that our staff have already, have indicated a follow-up action item. So it's fully captured there, and I think it's fine, but it seems that we need to call the question on this. So all those in favor of the change? Any opposed? That would be everyone else. So it stays as is, it comes off the chart. Okay, so seeing that there was a request to move in a more streamlined, because I went counselor to counselor, I'm going to go in batches here and go from page 1 to 50. Does anyone have any questions or suggested edits on 1 to 50? Counselor Haldane, then Bateman. And please cite the page number.
Oh, sorry.
Page 43, the Paris Agreement references and the Canada has adopted targets of 30% reduction by 2030, not 50% as shown in their table. And then page 44, which is tied to this, goal area 1 requires 40% reduction of GHG by 2030, which is inconsistent with the 50% target identified on page 43.
Okay, so I'll ask staff if there's any comment there.
Could Councillor Haldane repeat that, please?
How about council members cite the page number, let everybody land on it?
43.
And then maybe you can make your comments, because as we're scrolling, we may miss what you're saying. Okay, go ahead again, please, Councillor Haldane. It's on the screen now.
Page 43, the Paris Agreement referenced that Canada has adopted targets of 30% reduction by 2030, not 50% as shown in the table. And on page 45, goal area 1 requires 40% reduction of GHG by 2030, which is inconsistent with the 50% target identified on page 43.
That's right pages.
Okay, can you point to exactly which, I'm on page 43. And I find it difficult.
Second.
Oh, I see, okay. Canada's committed to this target in the 2015 Paris Agreement, which is a legal binding international treaty on GHGs. Okay.
Yeah. Point of clarification, did you say the Paris Agreement commits Canada to a what reduction by 2050?
30%,
30% by 2050.
30.
Well, the province commits us to an 80% reduction by 2050 and a 40% reduction by 2030 and a 28% reduction by today. We're currently at a minus 22% compared to the baseline of 2007. So I knew this subject would come up. The Climate Action Plan of 2022 identified ambitiously an aspirational target of a 50% reduction in GHG, which, as I think we all know, is impossible. It was a response to the district's declaration of a climate emergency and the sense that we needed to take immediate action. The Council of the Day agreed with this aspirational target. Saanich has done a similar aspirational target of 50% reduction, and others have as well. The fact is the province demands that we have at least a 40% reduction target by 2030 with an 80% by 2050. Okay, so that's at the, you know, I was thinking, I knew this would be a touch point. Perhaps we can go back to the province standards if indeed 50 is recognized as a little more impossible than 40%.
What are we looking to change here?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think just to tie it in so that we're not making up our own, we follow, in this case, federal, because I mean, these are the agreements we're making worldwide. And again, I think you're going to find that the document will probably be outdated sooner than later, because they're even changing now a lot of the stuff that they'd agreed to a year or two ago, because they're realizing these goals can't be met. So to have this language in there, I guess, is my biggest issue, because this language will become irrelevant real shortly, and then we're gonna be stuck following some stuff that we're not gonna obviously be able to keep up with, so. Again, and that's why this little session here, I'm happy we're doing it, but I think that this needed to happen more than once, and I don't know.
Okay, well, you know, that's all fine, but we're here today, so
I
we
get
want to
that.
somehow get through this.
Understand that totally.
So what is the edit? Like what are we changing? Is that what's on the screen here?
Well, say 30% reduction instead of saying 50%. Which is the federal target.
Times reduction 43% by 2030, net zero by 2050.
Can someone help me out here?
Yes,
Thank
but
you. Thank
just
you,
for
staff.
clarification, I guess we have updated these stats to ensure they're consistent with the climate action plan. And it is stated in these paragraphs here as well. So our intent basically is to follow the provincial mandates for carbon reduction. That's my understanding, at least.
Okay, so what is in front of us are the provincial mandates that flow to us.
It's the climate action plan
the
goals, which I
province
believe,
has-
are consistent with the provinces. Yes.
Okay. So they match what is currently by the province because the feds seem to be, could change at any time. But this is the provincial, this is our override, this is our
But
main
this is a
point.
requirement provincially
Yes,
through our climate action plan.
no, not through our plan. If you go on to the provincial website in terms of what an OCP is, you'll see something in there. I'll see if I can pull it up. But this right now is the current data from the province.
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, in this case, I'm just trying to bring up some inconsistency issues. It's not going to be the end of the world here. If the province is asking for one thing that's different than federally, I'm not going to split hairs over it for sure. So.
Can I try to add a little more clarity? Sure. To my confusion already. So the climate action plan, as I said earlier, the district's climate action plan is calling for a 50% emissions reduction target by 2030. The province, as was captured in the previous version of the OCP, has a 40% reduction by 2030. 60% by 2040, 80 by 2050.
Okay, and as we heard from our staff, this is in alignment with the provincial.
This is in alignment with the climate action plan
Okay,
at its 50% target.
That's correct. Yeah. So the climate action plan is consistent with this 50% number. The province states 40%. So it is in excess of the provincial objective with its Clean BC.
so is now what is on the screen here is that is the change then? Or what is that I'm looking at, that proposed edit? Is that just a direct cut and paste or is that new language?
I just took a cut and paste of what Councillor Harpeldane had said. Was the provincial, what's the provincial requirement versus the one on top there is what's in our climate action plan. So just notes both consistencies and I put a versus in between them.
Okay, so the first part of that is what is in our OCP. The second part is from the province. Right? Okay, all right, I'm looking at this. All right. So that is what Councillor Haldane is okay with proposing? Matches the province?
Correct.
All right. Any comments on that from anyone or other way? Councillor St. Pierre?
The document as it stands is in alignment with our climate action plan, which was developed by our committees and basically ratified by council. I don't see why we would change it at this point in time. It's aspirational. We know that honestly, there's almost no way we can actually make these targets. Actually, there is no way we can make these targets. It's aspirational. It doesn't actually hurt to have aspirations and we're not tied to any costs for having aspirations. And it's actually what our committees and what council of the day determined was appropriate at that point in time. I don't see any reason to change it.
Okay, thank you. So that came through our community members to council and has been in place. Okay? Any thoughts one way or the other? I would prefer to leave it in terms of what our committee has put forward. Those are residents of our community as opposed to the province who sometimes I disagree with. Councillor Beddoes?
Yeah, I just, it's a nothing thing. I mean, there's no way we're even going to come close to these things, and they're aspirational at best. And a lot of things are that way. So whether you say 50-40, it's just not going to happen. I'm okay with just leaving it like it is.
Okay, thoughts, Councillor Bayman?
Yeah, I would agree. I think by being a little over aspirational, it really does emphasize this council's commitment and request for whole of organization climate action leadership by the District of Sooke. You know, the new Stantec numbers are going to be coming out this month for the year 2024. And we'll see again that population increase will be driving up the numbers of emissions, while at the same time, the per capita numbers are reducing. So we're down by, anyway, that's another subject. But yeah.
On the language, you want to leave it as is?
Yes.
Okay, anything on the language here to leave as is or to change? Okay, so I don't know where council's at with this, so I'm gonna ask who would like to leave it as is? Who would like to change the language? So that leaves, there's no response there, so the consensus is to leave it as is. Okay, anyone else on pages 1 to 50? Councillor Pearson,
Yep.
number first,
Okay, so starting on page 31, regional growth strategy.
31.
Yep, and I just wanted to.
Just let us get the page up. Thank you.
We're gonna be talking about table 4, which is part of
Okay,
the regional growth the regional context statement, right? In alignment with the regional growth strategy. The and it's gonna be paragraph 2 in there is keep urban settlement compact. And those two points, and they're just actual points, protect the integrity of rural communities to preserve Sooke's rural community. Around 62% of the land base is located outside the regional growth area. Boundary and form of park, farmland, and rural properties. It's about, can we, and I want to see where it says region or the water. My concern is that we've come up against this in the past that we haven't identified our entire area as regional growth area, which is fine. But with the climate change, access to water, if we're not expanding the boundaries of our regional or of our growth area, the CRD can in fact deny any kind of funding that would help us get water to extending beyond the areas. And I just don't see clarity in this. And I'll turn this back to staff. So I would rather see our regional growth area expanded to our entire municipality based on access to water, because we've actually been in this council chamber where it's been turned down before.
well, I'll just, before I go to staff, the CRD will not provide any funding towards the expansion of water. That would fully be borne on the applicant to extend it. The CRD won't provide that.
But they will in the form of DCCs.
In your,
They will in the form of DCCs if we identify where we're going to grow, i.e. Otter Point Road, where wells and aquifers are drying up. If we identify that as part of our growth area in the regional growth strategy. And I don't know what our map says currently.
there is a community growth area that's outlined, but I'll ask staff to respond to this, please.
Yeah, so I'm not really sure what the question is, but we do have a growth boundary that's consistent with the growth boundary within the regional growth strategy of the CRD. So it is just exactly consistent with it. And what you're referring to here is a regional context statement, which is required by law to be within our OCP, and it's approved by the CRD board. So this received approval following first reading of the bylaw and still remains in good standing. So any substantial changes here would have to be reapproved by the board.
That's the same answer that I heard 8 or 9 years ago. Right? So if we don't identify those areas when we're doing our OCP, as potential growth areas, then we're not eligible for funding from DCC funding if we don't identify growth areas. That where we have the water, groundwater changing is the areas that have come up in the past. And maybe there is no wording change here that can help, but it needs to be brought forward because our growth, they look at our OCP as the mandate for them making the decisions. We told that several times.
Okay, I think what you're asking though is not what the proposed edit was. You want to see expand to include the entire municipal boundary. Be careful there.
That would be difficult, but yeah, I would live with that.
Okay, Councillor Haldane.
I think to expand the whole boundary requires a unanimous decision from the CRD board. And that's been the problem.
Of course.
So to try and get all 13 municipalities to agree with us to expand would be tough, I would think.
And you're correct. And that ergo, the argument that they used last time when we were sitting at the council table, the mayor and I, was that it wasn't identified in our OCP. So they just shut it down right on the spot.
Well, and to help you here, Otter Point is in the growth area, all the way out to the boundary.
The extension of the boundary, but how far does it go north?
It goes right to Tony Townsend's old property.
No, but.
Well, let's not go by people's names, but if you look within
Oh,
the
yeah,
That's the end
mapping,
of our boundary on Otter Point.
it shows,
To the north.
I'm just looking at this map here, but I'll go to our staff, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to remind council, and I don't know if you were fully aware or if someone on the water, I can't remember if it's Councillor Pearson on the water board. But I believe staff were made aware of an email in June from the CRD that says they are updating the boundaries for the Juan de Fuca Water DCC bylaw, which means properties that currently have no ability to connect will now have to pay DCCs. So I don't know off the top of my head where that map boundary goes, but I know staff countered back with some questions going, just want to clarify, are you telling me that somebody, if they develop now and has no access to water and won't with their development, will still have to pay this? And they said yes. So potentially what you're talking about is CRD is dealing with currently, but you might be referring to something different. Just wanted to add that context.
Yep. No, and thank you. And that's where I'm going back to is on the Juan de Fuca Water Commission, it's decided. So when they're extending the water areas, which there's going to be a huge demand for our water, is that it has to be in your OCP what your growth areas are. And I just want to make sure that our mapping matches our growth area. That's all.
Okay, can I ask our planning staff to comment? Is that our mapping this is consistent with what is identified as the community growth area?
That's correct.
Okay, so then is there a change? Do you still want to discuss expanding this throughout the entire district of Sooke? Because not all of district of Sooke is in the community growth area. Like if you went to the end of Phillips Road, that is not in the community growth area, but you want that to be included in the community growth area with water?
As well as North.
As well as all of North Sooke? To the 17-mile house. Okay, so that's a substantial change. So you'll need to put some language here because what's on the screen is not capturing what your intention is.
To make it simple?
In the microphone.
Make it simple to expand our growth area to the entire boundaries of the Sooke district, Sooke municipality. That would make it simple. Whether I know
So that includes all rural areas in the gateway that we can open up to small scale development.
gives them access to water is what my motivation.
It also gives access to small scale that'll open up small scale multi-unit housing because right now provincially that doesn't apply under Bill 44 legislation. But now that means that you would be okay with infill development throughout the gateways of Sooke. Because that's what that would do is we don't have wastewater there, but it would allow with the water for high density to come throughout our community. So that's what you would like to see. Because that's what I see, and I'm reacting because that's what I see as sprawl throughout every area of our community, including North Sooke.
Okay. Applications come one by one. They're not a blanket. You're not making a blanket application. That we were told by the chair of the Victoria Water Commission right here at this table that water is not held or withheld based on developments. Our developments are ours. We control those. Water is a right for everybody, and fresh water should be a right for everybody within our municipality. And the access to water can only come if we identify it is a growth area. That's, that's catch-22. So people will be denied water. They'll have to be trucking water as aquifers dry up if we don't simply say it's our growth area. There's only one municipality that's actually been successful in doing it, and it wasn't us.
Okay, so let's get a motion. So let's contain this, and if we can have what Councillor Pearson, Councillor Pearson is stating, and that is to expand the regional growth area and service of water to the entirety of District of Sooke municipal boundaries, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let's get that on the screen. Expand RGS to include entire municipal boundary. Okay, so you've motivated. So now I'll go to other councillors. So Councillor Haldane, and then Bateman, then Beddoes.
Okay, and I agree with what Kevin's trying to do here, and to give you some more comfort and through the chair to staff, Bill 44 requires you to have sewer and water. Is that correct? So you're not going to have sewer out to any of those places. So Bill 44 will not be part of anywhere in our rural area. So I think you should be comfortable knowing that 4 on 1 property won't be happening unless there's sewers.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Bateman.
Yeah, so this entire OCP is dedicated to driving density into our town core in alignment with the regional growth strategy. Now, I know Director Hicks brought this up back in, I think, 2017 or so, and that delayed the regional growth strategy as he ensured, if I have this right, water rights to everyone in the JDF. So I don't have enough info here my initial reaction is no, a strong no. We will absolutely, as the mayor said, lose our Sooke's character, and with increasing housing into areas that the OCP does not recognize. It's worth noting that the CRD Water Master Plan has in 2035, if the plan moves ahead, which is of course controversial, from Goldstream out along Highway 14 through North Sooke, right out to the Sooke Nation, there is the M12 water pipeline, and that is a game changer. And we as a council did support and work with Director Hicks to try to get a $2 million funding to go from Cooper's Cove to 17 Mile, and that was defeated. Didn't make it past the starting. Okay, so I'm probably would need a workshop on this to really understand it. So thank you.
Other councillors, Councillor Beddoes and St. Pierre.
Yeah, I've sort of conflicted with this one. I understand, Councillor Haldane made a good point about the sewer down there, but when we were dealing with the OCP back a few years ago, this community, the number of people that I were talking to, and it's considerable, wanted to leave those gateways as very rural in nature. And I'm not so sure, but I also, like I say, I'm conflicted because here I understand people's right to water too. So it's too bad that water's tied to development, but so I'm still interested. I think everybody has a right to potable water, and so I'm not quite sure where to go with this one. One of those tough ones. I don't know whether we're opening anything up by expand RGA to include entire. I think probably not. So I'd be willing to take that chance, but it's still bothersome. I guess it comes down to trust, and I'm a little bit short of that in some areas of this community.
Councillor McMouth.
So if I understand you correctly, your intention is to expand this map to include all of the District of Sooke. And the intention behind that is so that every person can plug into the water system.
Correct.
So to staff, what are the downsides of moving in that direction? Will we have urban sprawl?
Yeah, through the chair, I think that would certainly result in sprawl, setting the stage for sprawl. It also has significant impacts on our policies for preservation of rural areas, agricultural land, et cetera. And also we have linkages with our growth boundary and all of our master planning documents for servicing for roads. Yeah, so some major implications that I can't speak fully in depth to, but it would be something I'd have to bring back to council to understand the scope of the implications. It's not as simple as expanding the growth boundary just to provide water. It's much more than that, and goes against many of the policies that we currently have in our document.
Those we can amend, but I understand that is a significant amount of work, which you guys are totally have nothing to do. But my other question was, so this has to be approved unanimously by the water board? And so
By
do
the
you-
CRD board,
Excuse me,
because
the
it's a
CRD.
change to the regional context statement.
Okay, so with that and our OCP deadline timeline, is that reasonable if this did proceed?
No, because the board, the agenda for the November board is pretty much complete now because it meets on Wednesday, unlikely to meet December because their staff too will need time to put a report together to prepare it for the board. So we're looking probably at the spring.
Okay,
So I would say no for December.
okay.
This,
Councillor St. Pierre.
And I say thank you, Councilor McMath. You just covered a lot of points that I was going to cover, so that's great. There's just one more. I have concerns when we start looking at the sprawl, that it's happening in areas that get tinder dry and are getting dry all the time. We cannot actually protect them with fire services. I strongly suspect that they shortly will have massively increased premiums. And it may simply be a non-issue because I don't think they'll be able to afford to build because they won't be able to get insurance. I also don't think that we can actually just expect the CRD to change their growth strategy to suit a possibility. Don't we have to be in alignment with the CRD regional growth strategy?
Yes, we do. And that's where when the last RGS was adopted, it went through a mediated outcome. So it would take time and that document it's not always reviewed. So it would sit there.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, right now, the CRD has a regional growth strategy that through mediation has been more or less adopted by everyone. And as I understand it, our OCPs have to be in alignment with that particular strategy. So in order to actually make the kind of change that's being suggested here, the CRD would have to change their strategy first.
Yes.
And that simply can't happen in the timeline that we have. So I suggest we put this aside for now.
We're one of many jurisdictions. We don't, right? Like we have one seat at that table. So we're small in the large scheme of things. Councillor McMath and Haldane.
If it's not addressed here in the OCP, the way you envision it, it is still something that we could address or look at in our strat plan.
The
I understand.
The opportunity would be when the regional growth strategy comes forward for renewal. That is the time when municipalities come forward and say, okay, this is where the change is. They won't change that because Sooke wants to do something.
Right.
Without community backup behind. This is a council discussion now that is saying we want to do this.
Sure, and the premise could go and could live in our strat plan, so it's not forgotten, and then it can line up with exactly what you're talking about.
When that document is, yeah,
Yeah.
because there will come time where it's going to go through that process again.
Yeah.
And that would be the time I feel were it to be. The other part on this, by suggesting that our zoning powers could prevail and confirm that there will be no such thing as sprawl, well, I tend to disagree because the province is introducing what is called Bill M216, the Professional Reliance Act, which allows the provincial government to override all local government decision-making, and they can therefore give approvals on zoning, permitting, density, and so forth. That would then force a municipality to then say, okay, you have the zoning now, and now we somehow need to provide the necessary servicing. And that is what is sort of further erodes the public to have a say as well as for democracy to prevail here in Sooke. So to suggest that our zoning will prevail, well, no, the province is introducing new legislation to ensure that it won't get in their way of their decisions on what they see fit. So that to me is another reason why at this point I won't support this.
Well, you've uncovered my not so clandestine method for trying to get water out to all areas where we don't have to pay for it. Anyways, I was thinking I was clever, but
I appreciate the intent because people do require water and wells are dry for firefighting and all of those things. But I think a more fulsome discussion on this, whenever this OCP gets adopted, there will be a time for reflection to say, okay, considering we have to update this document every 5 years, what then are we doing and how do we explore then these folks here that are completely dry aquifer that we need to look at water and how do we extend that and how do we do that in a way rather than blanketing this and running the risk of another entity determining how our community grows.
well, and this is the last point I'll make on it is that along with climate change, most of our biggest risk, and Langford just got a grant for interface with green space and forest is the highest risk of urban wildfires. And wouldn't it be reassuring if, you know, you at least had a garden hose at your property? That's the intent of this is not to try and circumvent the regional growth strategy. It's to use the request from Sooke. If we don't ask, we won't get. And I've been sitting at this table since 2011. I've been told time and time again by the water district that they won't extend beyond our regional growth, our identified regional growth strategy. So, which we all subscribe to. We all have to, be part of the regional growth strategy. And we were told, but the province has now usurped that is that water is not used as a zoning tool or that's what that came right from the chair of the Victoria Water Board, who's now the CEO of the regional district.
Yes, but that is not what this new bill would suggest. And at least for those concerned about the risk of wildfire, that's why we do have a wildfire prevention officer. That is the cost of firefighting services, of which will come at a later date for budgeting. And we are proud to represent a 7-minute response time on average throughout our district with both Station 1 and Station 2 in the rural area, largely intact there, and as well as strong mutual aid partners. And that's how we've been able to respond as well. Also with tanker shuttle, Superior, whatever it is, accreditation, there is an insurance deduction and relief for those living in those areas. Okay, so anything further,
So just one more thing so that I can be sure that we're even on closely the same page. We're talking in our OCP about town center, community residential, gateway, rural, comprehensive development zones. And if you look in the potential growth side, it says high, medium, low, and so on. Well, we've got gateway residential right now in Sooke. It's got water to all the boundaries of gateway residential where it's possible. There is no infilling, there is no high density, there's nothing going on. And it kind of makes me kind of weary of passing a document that even our planning staff is not even going to give us the comfort of saying that density's not going to happen if we get water out to these rural land zone, which says minimum lot size is 4 hectares. How much density do you think you're going to get with one house on 4 hectares? So if we get water out there, it'll be the same as we've got right now from Sooke across the bridge right to where Cooper's Cove is, that all has water, but yet there's no major density going on there, no big subdivisions, there's nothing. So I kind of doubt that if we get water out to these rural areas, the density is going to start happening. So, I mean, people still have to afford to do it. And with our own zoning in place, and we're going to follow a zoning bylaw from all this stuff, and a minimum lot size is going to be 4 hectares. I kind of doubt that much is going to happen in a 4 hectare lot area other than the one house that they're allowed to do 3 stories high. So
except, and that's fine, Councillor Haldane, except up Otter Point, we are receiving, and all of council should have probably received, there's a petition online, significant interest in what's happening in what is some rural areas right now.
They have water.
Not yet, but it's within the community growth area. So I'm just saying that there is a live and valid concern by residents.
That's community
with
growth as opposed to rural residential.
Okay, so would anyone, are we We
I'm in
need
the
to
first
vote on this one.
package that
Okay.
we're dealing with
We
here.
still have this item live where there is a call where there is a vote that has been asked for on this particular item and whether or not to change the language. So just bear with me on that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just note, I think that's a big, bold idea and it belongs with the next council. And if they want to put that in their strategic plan, go for it. But, you know, for an election campaign item, that is a biggie and worth pursuing. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call the question on this. All those in favor of the change? Any opposed? That's the rest of us. So this too is removed. So anything else in terms of pages 1 to 50?
Yeah.
Counselor Bates.
So back to the minor items, which I specialize in. So on page 16 in the first line, it refers to.
Let's get 16 up first.
Okay. Introduction and context.
Right at the beginning. Thank
So
you.
yeah, this OCP is a culmination of more than 2 years. Well, it's actually now 5 years. So let's get that straight. I know more than 2 years could include 5 years, but okay. Gonna add that to your chart. On page, yeah, on the second paragraph of this very page, it paints a powerful picture of what Sooke will be like in 10 years. I thought this horizon was out to 2050. I have read elsewhere in this document. In fact, I read that in the very next paragraph. So what will Sooke be like in 25 years? Okay. So page 15,
So we're looking for two things on page 15, and that is to change it from 2 years of more than 5 years. That seems reasonable. It's technically 9 years because this started in 2016, so 5, it seems like a good fit. Is everyone okay with that? Okay, so let's change that from 2 to 5. And in terms of what Sooke will be like in 10 years. So you have a question there, or are you wanting to change?
I'd like it changed to 5 years.
Okay, it paints the
Oh,
power.
this next one, I'd like to see what will Sooke be like in 25 years?
In 25 years? That's a bit,
It paints a powerful picture of what Sooke will be like in 25 years, because 2025 to 2050.
okay.
Carry that.
I mean-
Not a whole lot to me.
How about we say 15 years?
Okay. That's fine.
15 years, because you can have one development change everything in 3 years of it build out, it'll change, right? So power of a picture, Sooke will be like in 15 years.
Sure. Will be.
15 years? Okay, does anyone disagree with that? We can just accept it? Okay, go ahead. That's going in.
Okay, moving on to page 25.
25, let's get the page up first. It's climate.
And let's slide down to the very last line on that page. And it says, which led to a washout of Highway 1.
Highway
In fact,
14.
Yeah, I think that's 14.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. We could also mention Charters Road and the destruction wrought on it by the atmospheric river, which generated a.
Yeah, but it was collapsing long
It was
before
as well.
that. It was
So
a
that
faulty
hastened.
spurt.
Yeah, okay, anyway, Highway 14.
I think you could say the atmospheric river finished it off,
Yeah.
but it's a long to put in there. Just change that to 14.
Yeah. And I've caught the all impacting in my little memo to staff.
Okay, I don't think that's, everyone's good with that. I think that's more than reasonable.
Now,
Okay.
this is important to me. On page 26, the next page, we're talking about population and demographics. And we're looking at, we have a 2021 number, and of course, the CRD has issued a 2024 number, which puts Sooke's population at 17,124. So that's an update. If we want to bring this document up, or we wait for census statistics strictly. Yeah, okay. All right. My other point then, okay, so the census is indicating a 2.9 annual increase, but I understand it's dropped considerably at the moment. We're below 2%.
But that's going to, we have to kind of wait because
For
we're
the
roughly
census.
at over 17,000. So it actually may end up being that.
Okay,
Like we have to stick with one measuring system here. It's like cups and milliliters.
All right. Okay, census will be determinant. Page 30. In the second paragraph, the engagement process took place during the COVID-19 pandemic and also in 2025.
Okay, and to
And
add,
in
and
2020.
also, yeah.
And also in and continuing thereafter. Put it that way, because we met in 2023 about this and we really dug in this year again.
I think that is important to note because that is, we did do just close out phase 2 of public engagement. So it does update the history there. Yes?
I'd suggest that we add a paragraph to that section potentially. So there, it discusses picture Sooke and then there's picture Sooke, the final frame,
Yes,
basically
okay.
that
Okay.
have the office engagement. So we could add just another section if council or the committee is in agreement with that.
Okay, is that reasonable for members of council? It captures the next phase. Okay, yes.
Okay, moving on to page 42. And this references the Stantec GHG emissions profiles. Now, the numbers we're seeing there is for the 2022 greenhouse gas emissions. And as I said earlier, the 2024 emissions will be released at the next CRD Environmental Services Committee meeting later this month.
Yeah,
So
but
we-
it's one of those things that it may be released by the committee. It has to be ratified by the board. So that's just
Okay.
waiting for that. We'll push this out.
Okay, then let's just be clear that this is the 2022 numbers, not 2023.
Okay? So can you just be a little bit more precise?
Well,
on
we can
where
look at
that
the
is?
top of that graphic, which it says 52% of Sooke's 2022.
Okay, so that should be a change to 2022.
Yeah, and down in the fine print below, it also, that would be 2022. No, that is, but the next line up, there.
So where it says figure 4 outlines Sooke's greenhouse gas emissions profile for 2022. So in the main body and the bottom
Yeah.
paragraph there.
And it's also in the text. You caught that. Good.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
And I think that's it for the first 50 pages.
Oh, pause. Just.
If I may clarify, Councillor Bateman, are these changes that you submitted in advance or
No, I
they're
did
just
not
additional
submit
ones? No,
those
that's
because I
fine.
felt that was a little more
Okay, no worries.
necessary.
Okay, we'll just wait for. That's okay. These, I mean, it's consistent. So good job on catching that. Thank you. Well, then at least it matches. Like if someone were to go and look for that document, they would be like, okay, did I miss a year? So we thank you for your precision. Okay, we'll just wait till our staff are completely caught up. All good? Okay. Okay, so we're good there. Do other Councillor Bateman, that's his commentary on the first 50 pages. Other council members on pages 1 to 50. In 1 to 50? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Pearson. Page number first, please. In the microphone.
Okay, page 20.
Page 20.
I
Tamach.
Mark.
sorry about that. Are we in unceded territory? Or are we covered by the Douglas Treaty? Like the context statement of this is unclear for me. And I appreciate there's a lot of complexity to this, and I'm not, and I'm not sure that this is an accurate description of where we're at, kind of when I did some AI research on with using this, and it kind of gave me a different answer.
Well, the Timuc Treaty Association still prevails, and that's made up by the participating nations. There is the South Island Reconciliation Advisory Committee, which is the local government side of which I chair. But yes, I would say the Douglas Treaty is still in effect. It's just never fully been honored. So there's differing perspectives on that, but we are still under Douglas Treaty. However, we are at agreement in principle, which was signed in 2016, and then moving forward into treaty.
Okay. So my question is this the appropriate place where that should be mentioned? Because we are the soft front line of reconciliation, municipal governments. And there's a bigger government that the province and not to mention, what's going on in the province, because that's not ours to wade into. I'm not sure where or how the mention of the Douglas Treaty and the agreements with the Timuc Treaty should be kind of put into here. I would actually defer to you for your kind of thoughts on this one, because when I read this, it kind of, it's different than what I actually believed. So that shows how complex this issue is. And I thought I knew more.
But what here is so the nation, the first part of it would remain correct. They are working together to negotiate modern day treaties. So that is in effect. It has been since 1994. So it's been considerable length of time, and they are at stage 5 and 6 to finalize, going through the voting. There's nothing that's incorrect there. But there is some that cannot be spoken out loud because there's a memorandum of agreement in confidence. So, and then what is publicly available is on the provincial website. So in terms of, it's almost like a historical piece. Is it our story to tell? And how to word that. This just makes reference because there will be an impact or not. There's different opinions on that around treaty. We do know where the treaty lands have been identified. That is, there was full public consultation on that. The Douglas Treaty provides the ability for nations to hunt and fish across their lands. Can they hunt and fish everywhere throughout the lands? I would say no, they cannot. Unceded simply means unsurrendered. So sometimes people say, well, I don't want to get into this word. We're drifting here.
Yeah, no, and
but we are on unceded lands because it was unsurrendered lands.
And that's why I've deferred to you, because you are our local expert on this subject. Well, no, but you're more converse on this subject than I think anybody at this council table. And I was going to ask you this yesterday, but sorry, I forgot to bring it up, and I didn't mean to surprise you with this. But again, it's the this is referenced in our official community plan, and for us to be completely respectful of reconciliation, it just feels like it's incomplete, the statement, and maybe I'm.
Oh, I see what you mean. What we could do is, if you were to go to the Timuc Treaty site, there is reference to what the lead up to the Douglas treaties were. It just says here, by the time the colony of Vancouver Island was established in 1849, British administrators had developed a colonial policy that recognized Indigenous possession of the land. In 1850, the Hudson's Bay Company, which was responsible for the British settlement of Vancouver Island as part of its trading license agreement with the Crown, began purchasing lands for colonial settlement and industry from First Nations on Vancouver Island. The Douglas Treaties were a series of treaties signed with 14 Indigenous groups on Vancouver Island in the 1850s. The TTA is committed to protecting the Douglas Treaties throughout negotiations, and then it goes on. So, you know, it's quite a lengthy history here with the timeline, the name of the various tribes and so forth. However, if you were to go to Tamuk, you get that that material here. Like, it's easily found. It's the first thing that shows up on their homepage. Would that satisfy that, or would you like to see something more? I mean, otherwise, we would need to obtain permission to sort of copy and paste what's there.
Well, and I will defer to other counselors. It's just that when I read this, and of course, then I put it into AI, I got a different sense because it referenced the Douglas Treaty, and maybe that's what it is that there's a link here or something that we could add in.
But there is a link, like if you click on the tamuk.org, it'll bring you to
This
the
one here.
accurate site, and I would go there rather than AI.
Well, no, I just say that when you go to AI, it gives you a different approach.
Well, that's
You-
because it's AI
Yeah.
and it's not the actual source.
I know, but it does reference everything that we think we're talking.
Well, I know, but sometimes you have to be careful and fact check that.
Oh, yeah.
If you Google yourself, it'll be a good way of seeing what's correct and isn't. Counselor Beddoes?
Yeah, basically, I'm going back to what you said in the beginning, that there's basically, this statement is not incorrect. It's basically correct. Now, I understand Councillor Pearson maybe wants to go a little bit deeper. I don't think it matters very much at all what's in the OCP. The First Nations and the development of their treaty process is going to go on long after we put anything in this thing. I'm happy with just leaving it like it is. It is a statement saying that we recognize the First Nations are going through this and it's all going to impact us, but it really doesn't really matter a whole hell of a lot to me if we have to expand on it here. This says enough. I think it's just get on with other things.
I feel this covers it. The map is there and that's why it's in our OCP, and the link to the accurate source is here too.
And the reason I bring it up is this document is our moral compass. And we just want to make sure that we have it right and respectful. And if
Yeah.
everyone's comfortable with the respect and the rightfulness of them, then I'm fine.
Okay, Councillor St. Pierre?
It occurred to me based on something you said that in order to be more accurate and maybe reflect what Councillor Pearson is talking about, adding in a couple of words, the negotiations are in stage 5 of the 6-stage process to finalize modern day treaties. Because that actually references that there's a previous treaty in place.
Yep.
And if they want to, they can go to the site and find out more about it. But it provides more information and an accurate understanding of what's been going on, and the process is also part of reconciliation, as I think Councillor Pearson is trying to make a point of. So anyway, just a thought.
Okay, Councillor McMath?
This document is already 233 pages. And the whole intention of having the hyperlinks within the document, when we have gone through this previously, is that here is a high-level overview of some of the pieces within this document. And should you require a much more in-depth source of information, here is the link. So to me, we could do this throughout this entire document and jack it up to 1,000 pages.
Yeah.
So for the essence of today, and the reason why we have the hyperlinks in there in the first place, it covers all of the things. So your concerns are kind of moot because there's the link right there. So any questions, any more pieces to that, this is just a high level overview. And for the rest of it, it's within that link.
I would just suggest where it says here and the cursor's blinking, finalized treaties, but finalized modern treaties. Modern treaties is what's on the website with a capital M and a capital T for treaties, modern treaties, because that then reflects what is anyone would find here, and it doesn't add to the pages. Okay? Is everyone agreeable? Okay, staff has that? Good. Okay, anything else in 1 to 50, Counselor Pearson?
Yes.
In the microphone.
Yes, but I'll let somebody else go now. So,
I think you're the only remaining one.
I'm the only one left?
Well, in this section.
Oh. My gosh. Okay, and I was.
Okay, you remember the page.
Pages 46,
46.
okay, and 45, the goals. Green and net zero.
So we're on page 45 first,
Yep.
goal area 1.
Point number 3, green and net zero. Point number 3, reduce car dependency and offer more transportation choices with priority given to walking, cycling, and transit use and goods movement. My question on that is that, and I'm trying to figure out how do we take this green and net zero, how do we translate this from an ideology here into our economic development, which feeds into our bylaws, commercial zoning and all. And I want somehow to, and I don't know what other councillors' thoughts are on this, is that encourage local commerce. And that was that, and you know, I don't have a question actually, and I don't have a suggestion. It's just that it jumped off the page as me is that we have access to zoning, development permits and all of these things, but I don't see that linkage from here to the zoning to encourage commercial development, which encourages less cars on the road. Second suggestion I have is upgrade existing buildings to higher energy and efficiency standards and low.
Okay, where?
Page 46?
Okay, so we have nothing. Okay, so
Nothing for
46.
45, I kind of talked myself out of.
That's okay. 46.
Okay. Upgrade, 1, 2, 3, 4 bullets down, upgrade existing buildings to higher energy efficiency standards and low carbon energy systems.
There's
Okay,
there's an edit there.
yep, commented, proposed amendment for, okay, that's the one that says that one goes over to here. So when I saw this, what buildings specifically are we talking about upgrading existing buildings to a higher? So complementary policy objectives, and I understand that this is a supplement too. So what buildings? I don't see what buildings. Is this us leading by example, doing our buildings, or is this in general? Because this is a very prescriptive comment.
I think it's any existing building like a heat pump instead of a
Okay. But
coal burning or oil tank
I think I get
is
the
one
kind of-
thing, or new windows, weather stripping.
I get the what, but I just don't know the who. Upgrade existing buildings to a higher energy. What buildings are we going to upgrade through our objectives? And I have to ask that to staff.
Over to staff.
Yeah.
I just want to make it clear also that there's actions under these objectives.
Right.
So under section or objective 4.4.3, there's action 4.4, 3.1 and 4.4, 3.2, for example, that looks at prioritizing building renovation permits that target higher energy efficiency, promoting water efficiency, et cetera. And also, to be clear, these are aspirational objectives as well that look at a long-term plan focus out to 2050. So not necessarily something that has to be done tomorrow, but yeah.
Right. And I gather that from the action plans is that when somebody makes an application, sorry, I'm still talking. And
Go ahead.
so when somebody makes an application for a renovation, building permit, upgrade, are we going to suggest that? And it's just that this language is kind of ambiguous to me. I like the action plans, but I wasn't sure how to take this from there to those action plans. through the way of building permits or applications or?
Yeah, sure.
Strongly encourage is the good word, I guess.
Can you be clear on what you're suggesting here, or?
Well, sorry, turn it off. How do we take green and net zero objectives? One of our bullet points is upgrade existing buildings. Is it, even if it said upgrade existing all Sooke buildings, something in there just to make it clear to me.
I think that if I may, that's where when you look at the action points, the header there is to lead by demonstrating achieving net zero emissions for municipal buildings, and then it cites that on there.
Mhm.
And then that would be the same potentially, and that's what's in those other categories. So you do kind of have to read the two together.
Yep. And I did.
Okay,
Okay, go ahead, Council.
in the microphone.
I think Councillor Pearson is concerned, and maybe rightfully so, with upgrade, which basically says do it. And I think what the district does in its actions is support the upgrade of existing buildings. I don't know if that would help at all, but essentially the role, what is the role of the district? What are we trying to do? What's the path to that? Is that what am I? Yeah.
It just stood out, and I think I've read all 238 pages or whatever it is in here. There's just little ones that I'm gonna ask questions along the way.
With that kind of a.
And maybe in the effort of time, I'll stop asking my questions that.
Well, it would depend. I would just argue that if you added the word support.
Yep.
Then to me, that would mean a service change where our staff will support existing buildings that meet higher energy efficiency as opposed to those that don't. So then what are the additional resources and resources and therefore budget hit that you need to do there? Because if you're going to support, it means that you're going to help as opposed to just upgrading. It's different. To me, it adds a different lens, and that it means that we're increasing the complement, and the council may be okay with that.
I think my concern, and is upgrade implies almost that we're gonna do it without identifying what we're doing, how we're doing it, and which ones we're doing it to.
Absolutely.
I think that's the nut of it.
But in the actions, we're leading by
Absolutely,
example by
absolutely.
doing our building
And that would be
first.
supporting. So we're putting in appropriate bylaws, appropriate whatever, and we're modeling. That would be a support for the upgrading. Anyway, just.
I'm indifferent.
Encourage, Juve.
Do you want to add a word? What would you like to add for a word?
I would like to encourage existing building owners to use higher energy, if we're gonna do that.
Let's say encourage upgrades to existing buildings
Yep,
or
that's
something.
fine. Where does retrofit? Yes.
Encourage retrofit. Okay. Encourage. Doesn't really,
Well.
I need Jeff, you need to. I'm going to Counselor Bateman. If we add encourage at the front, then some of the other language needs to change. So encourage upgrades to, like at the start there, encourage upgrades to existing buildings to higher energy efficiency standards and low carbon energy systems. Okay, encourage upgrades to. So you need to add the word encourage and then add an S on upgrades and then to. Okay?
Good.
Yeah, this will just have some implications throughout the document because it's an objective that stated throughout. So we can make that change throughout.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got
I don't
that.
see a problem.
Okay. Is everyone okay with that? Okay. Counselor Pearson, anything else on the first 50 pages?
No.
In the microphone.
I had a question around parking. And there was a statement somewhere, and I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4. It's on page 48.
Okay.
And it was 1, 2, 3, 4 down. Modernize approach to public and private parking. And I tried to find this in the action, where was parking? So where are the action plans around modernize approach to public and private parking? Because parking is a huge issue in our community. So can you direct me to that? Mr. Alex?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
What is meant where it says modernized approach to public and private parking?
It's on page 48. It's enjoyable and distinct, but
Yeah, through the chair. So if you look at the goals to the left, so these are supposed to be complementary to those goals. So I would assume that the public and private parking would look at more supporting different forms of transportation versus parking itself, or car sharing, or more walkability or transit service, or parking for bicycles versus cars.
So there is a host of a suite of actions here. Updating the off-street parking requirements in the zoning bylaw, undertaking a review of on-street parking management, residential parking permit program, time-limited parking, passenger loading stall areas, accessible parking, complete a town center parking management study. So those are your actions.
And the reason I asked this question is to modernize the approach to public and private parking. I have small brain and I don't know what modernize means. It's probably my,
It probably means that the status quo doesn't work. So like Sea Park added an extension to its building, it modernized, it created a drop-off zone.
yeah.
So it's more modern than it was before with everyone
Because it's
just
newer.
stopped
modern.
everywhere.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just, there's a couple of these statements that jump off and I kind of see where I'm being a bit of a pain, but modernized approach to public and private parking. I kind of I don't know what that means, but.
Could be a residential parking permit program.
Hi, Chihuahua.
I'm just saying, it's an example.
Okay, next.
All right, so does anyone else have anything from pages 1 to 50? No, okay. So we are going to take a short health break. It's 2:39. We will reconvene in 10 minutes at 2:49. And at that time, council, I'm going to do a stretch here and ask you to go from page 51 to 151. Let's do 100 pages next. Okay, thank you. Can you turn that off?
Sorry.
Okay, everyone, if you can please take your seats again. We are at 2:49, that's time. And council, I'd like to draw your attention to our next batch here, starting on page 51 through to 150. So that may be too much, I don't know, but we gotta somehow get through this. So Councillor St. Pierre will kick this off.
Yeah, I'll start with something really simple. Again, in the agriculture piece, food security.
Page.
There, it's mentioned several times. It's a couple of words. Let me just finish what I'm saying. Food security is referenced, but food sovereignty is referenced again. I suggest that food security should always be food sovereignty. That's what the document reflects.
Staff comments, food security, food sovereignty. There, he has no pay.
Same area I was before.
Is this changing the
Nope, it's not changing the content one bit.
Then why we?
Why are we doing it? Because as we try and move forward, for example, with work within the community, if we're agreed that what we're after is food sovereignty, there's a change in meaning. But the district is actually looking at food sovereignty in all of its goals and objectives and mentions and references food sovereignty.
Okay, so not that I always like to use AI, but I'm going to in this case.
There it is.
There's a difference between the two. The key difference is that food security focuses on access to food, whereas food sovereignty focuses on control over how food is produced, distributed, prioritizing sustainability, local control, and cultural appropriateness.
Yeah.
So they are two different things.
Absolutely. And as I was saying, our goals and objectives reflect food sovereignty. So in terms of accuracy, food sovereignty would be more accurate. That's all. If you don't want to change, I don't care.
Well, I don't know. I think sometimes people just need access to safe and safe food supply. I don't want to discuss this. I'll ask staff to comment. Apparently both terms have been used in the document.
Yeah, so through the chair, I'd probably have to take a closer look at that change. If we're using both terms, like there may be a reason for that, but understand there are some differences, as you noted, between the two terms. So, but it seems like food sovereignty is more of a local regional skill. So it may make sense for the change, maybe no implications there, but I could report back on that if the committee and council desires.
I think that's another policy discussion for a later day. Right now, I'll share that in our elementary schools. There's a school lunch program. It focuses on getting access to nutritious food for students that is affordable. Is that reflective of food sovereignty where it's locally produced? Maybe not, but there are two different things here. So I think that how our staff have laid it out seems fine to me. They're different. Councillor McMath?
I like the idea of keeping one set definition, and I do think as I go through each time food security is listed, that food sovereignty is applicable. And then I understand what you're saying about the cost differences between it not being locally sourced, but on page, I know I'm just outside 113. It does say nutritious, locally produced, culturally appropriate, planet-friendly foods. So if we're staying in alignment with that.
If I can comment, the goals and objectives have all come from the community. And what's being put here, as Councilor McMath has pointed out, is essentially food sovereignty. And it is referenced several times. It's just being accurate, that's all. And again, it's not a hill I want to die on, but it would be more accurate to just replace food security with food sovereignty. That's all.
Okay, I just don't want this to become a barrier for the food bank that is just collecting food and providing it for those that may be food that is attainable, that doesn't meet the definition of being sovereign food.
It's aspirational. It's not prescriptive in the least. Not in the least.
Okay.
Yeah, we can make the change.
Okay.
Sure.
Does anyone have any disagreement with that? Okay, next. There's nothing else then from anyone in this section? Okay, moving on.
Myself.
Counselor Bateman.
Okay, page 63, under community residential.
Page 63. Okay, there's just one item on that page.
Yeah, so in the second paragraph,
Page 63.
oh, well, I'm looking at the clean version.
No,
I
we all
thought we
need
were
to be on
supposed to
the
be
red
following-
line, on the red line.
Why was I told in the staff report that we were going to follow this clean version today?
Because I said that we're using the red line one so we can see the track change.
Well, my numbers are all off then.
That's okay, we can get there.
So page 63 is community residential in, there it is. So in the second paragraph, it refers to focus residential growth within the community growth boundary. I believe you mean the community growth area. The boundary is an RG, a regional growth strategy term.
So it'll be the second paragraph.
Yeah.
You're changing boundary
To focus residential growth within the community growth boundary.
I think it's to be area, but
And it should be area?
unless.
Yep. Yes. Okay,
Okay, good, done.
all right. Next.
Now, I kind of hesitate to raise this one, but it's page 83 in the clean version, which is it's in the part 4 community policies. It is the map. Yeah, walking and rolling map. And I just had a question vis-a-vis that dotted aspirational line circling the harbor. And I have heard this repeatedly from waterfront landowners over these years, that this causes them concerns. So can we get some just clarity right now about how that potential waterfront trail will evolve over undoubtedly many, many decades as larger scale 5 or more projects are built on the waterfront. So that's just if you would like to comment and set some minds at ease.
Yes, so the waterfront trail, so it is already established, of course, at the pier. And there's some, I guess, the aspirational section that extends beyond and goes up through Billings Spit area. So being aspirational. The thing is our connection to the waterfront trail is really through the Parks and Trails Master Plan that does have a similar map to this. But yes, it would be generally at time of rezoning a property, when development or redevelopment of a property is occurring, is when council would have the opportunity to ask for a public trail or at least land to accommodate the future construction of a public trail. So yeah, at rezoning. So, and that's it. Basically, that decision rests with council. Staff would make recommendations based on council's master plans, like the Parks and Trails Master Plan, and yeah, basically following policy guidance, and the decision remains with council. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Another example would be if someone were to give land to the district, and by that I'm referring to Keynes Park. So here's land that was left and donated to the municipality. And now there's stairway, a platform heavily used by students at Sooke Elementary School.
Sorry, just for clarity, I should say also in time of subdivision, there could be land taking in that case as well. So rezoning or subdivision. Yeah.
And as I believe you said, Mayor Tate, back in 2023, the district has no intention to expropriate anyone's private land.
No, unless that is a priority of council that is vetted by the public. So let's say a new council decided to extend the boardwalk. Their priorities would become public, and then how would they go about extending the boardwalk from where it is to another point? Has that ever been a priority of a council, this one or the years prior? No. We have been expanding a trail network upland through Sooke on land that is held or land that is acquired through the development process. This is the case of Wadhams, through the areas of Steeplechase area and Sun River, enhancing an existing trail network. A future council may decide that it wants to extend the boardwalk, but then it's going to have to deliver to the community in a public process like this, how they're going to go about doing that. That was an aspiration of the original OCP back in 2001. And maybe that's what led to the Marine Boardwalk as it is right now, but that was all done before I was sitting here.
Thank you. My faint hope is those watching at home. Hello, all of you.
It's not on.
This is online today, are we not? I think,
It's not on.
Yes, it is.
of course, okay. So coming to the public hearing, knowing that in fact, your worst fears are not necessarily going to be realized.
Another example would be the Sooke Pier, which is located by the Prestige Hotel. That is a public pier with public pay for public parking and the public pier in front of a large hotel. Any member of the public at any time can walk down and access that pier. It's not a private hotel pier, it's public pier.
Okay. All right, I just, page 84, just a mild comment here. Sorry, this is on my version. Yeah, it just says the new Sooke Library. When are we going to stop calling the Sooke Library new? Has the time
Okay.
come or? Okay, let's leave it as is. Okay,
Still looks new.
yeah. Under green building on page 105 of my document. I should call up the red line.
Perhaps we could reference the section.
Yeah, sorry. Green building action 4423.
4.4.2.3.
Yeah.
Update building bylaw number 70.
Yeah, so the Sooke Building Code was adopted in 2020, and part 16 on page 45 of it does reference very strongly the energy step code. So I think we could remove that action as one of those that have been completed. If I've got that straight.
Is that correct?
Yeah, so through the chair, these updates would happen periodically when the building code changes. So you're correct that the bylaw was updated to reflect the changes from the province, and will continue to be in 2027 will be another update, or at least that's what's proposed.
Ah, okay. All right. I had a problem with one of the photos. So on page 129 of my version.
Oh, on the,
Yeah, it
we-
shows a photo of a artist, Marcella Strasdas, and she's a Victoria-based artist. I'm wondering whether we could, it's really delightful to see the Sooke faces in this document. My own included. I'm standing there on page, whatever it is. And there's also Silver Cloud Farm and some others. So I think in this case, can we please find a Sooke artist at the Sooke Fine Arts Show?
potentially, I think we can make best efforts for that.
Yeah, okay.
There may be also a Sooke Philharmonic photo.
Yeah.
Performing arts might be easier to find.
Now, on that same page, let's just go back up to the item directly above. And this is participate in the scoping and exploration of a district-wide colonial audit. Now, colonial audits were all the with the rage in Vancouver in 2022. At the time this OCP was being written. And it was the only city that I've been able to find that actually did a colonial audit. And it was very specific to its parks department and was focused on Stanley Park. So the idea of trying to decolonize Stanley Park. So this seems to be a big city action that is beyond the capacity of a municipality our size. That is on 129.
129.
Yeah. Not that it's not a fabulous idea, and yet it feels beyond our capacities. And
Okay, can you use your microphone?
I point out that it's mentioned to do it in partnership with the CRD potentially, and that would make more sense. And again, aspirational, but I don't know if it might be a trend that's already had its day. I don't know. I think that's what you're implying. I'm not sure.
It's not a trend. No. Let's not worry about it.
so we'll leave it be.
Leave it in, take it out. Just leave it.
Okay.
And
Microphone.
Policy 4.9.4.4.
Okay, let's go to your page. That'll roughly
think
land
this
us
is-
on the same.
Yeah,
4 point,
page 135 in the clean version.
and it's 4 point, what is the category? Objective?
Hang on here. Yeah, this is under enhanced housing affordability. And my only question, and I think.
So next page, please, staff, onto page 35, 4.9.4.
Yeah, regulate short-term rentals. Now, of course, the province does that for us. Is this something that the district does through its business licensing, now that I'm thinking?
We do business licensing. So that would fit then,
Okay, fine.
because we have
That-
business licenses.
All right, that's that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, council member. No? Okay, go ahead, Councillor McMath.
I'm just trying to find the page number where the trail map was. But I've lost it.
83.
Thank you. And I'm not sure whether we should have the discussion now or later. And I know we've been having some talking points about aspirational versus what's going to actually happen. But one of the challenges that I had is when we have a map like this, there's nothing showing like what is aspirational versus what is like a mandated or a regulated zone. So like if we're talking about like some of the DPAs for the waterfront properties, it would be nice to have some sort of overlay where people could see what is like an aspirational idea through this OCP versus what is like a regulated area. If that makes sense. But again, we can come back to this when we get to those. Yeah, so then in that instance, it would be, yeah, the Parks and Trails, PTMP, have like that map and then have some sort of overlay with the DPA regulations. But I don't know if that's a conversation for right now or later.
We'll ask our staff that.
Yeah, I can just speak to that. So the online GIS or Tempest GIS system that we have, we do have layers available. And I think this could certainly become a layer if it isn't already, but we have like park attributes that should show, well, currently show benches or trails, but they could also potentially include these aspirational trails, which could be overlaid with DPA 3 for foreshore, for example.
Okay, that would be
Yeah.
great. Just because I know that if Gen Pop doesn't spend a lot of time perusing OCPs. So if I'm a waterfront property owner and I look at this, the immediate feeling I would have is like Excuse me, what do you mean this is going to have public access? So if we have the overlay, it's just going to alleviate some of that fear. And it is definitely a trigger for the community when we had that 30-meter setback come forward. So any way we can get ahead of that and have clarity would be so helpful.
Okay, do we have a solve for that? Because admittedly, when you look at the paper, it's not allowing that tool of seeing the layers. It's sort of one.
That's correct. I think this would be more of a on the side thing from the OCP that we could discuss with GIS to ensure that that layer exists on our online mapping system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So not a change to the OCP, but we could implement the change through our online mapping.
Yeah.
Could you print one and have it, or, oh my God, am I geriatric? Could you have an image of that overlay included in the OCP?
Yeah, it is certainly possible.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pearson, then St. Pierre.
Okay, so I just want to clarify what Councillor McMath just says. Are we going to be talking about it? Was your request to talk about it later today, like when we're going through the OCP, or talk about it later after?
It has to be brought up today.
Okay. Okay, yes, because I think I heard staff kind of reference later, like another time down the road. Yeah, so that's different than what I was thinking you were saying.
This is our opportunity as a council to discuss it. So we have to discuss that concept today. Microphone.
Sorry. One of the awkward things about going through this is you'll have pieces here that are re-referenced later on. So what I'll do is I'll circle back to it and we start going through the DPA portions.
Yeah.
Because it might end up being not a valid point of discussion depending on what happens.
Yeah, because we're covering it in blocks, so then that's why it is later in the meeting, but the map is present in this part of the discussion. But we're hearing that there's a layering system that could be available.
Yes, I'd have to confirm with our GIS department if we do have the layers available. I think we should because we have it in different variations in the Parks and Trails master plan, the transportation master plan, and this map, and all the maps are slightly different. But for have the basic concepts are the same, I guess. But for the foreshore DPA, yeah, it's pretty simple. It's just a 15-meter polygon along all the foreshore properties. So it's generally the location of where this this trail exists on the map.
So when we have had issues in terms of clarity with the public, in terms of what's happening with those trails. This is something silly in some ways, but is it possible to actually use colors instead of dotted lines and such? Because quite frankly, I find it almost impossible to see what's going on here. So when it shows up, if it could actually be legible, that'd be awesome, because this doesn't actually do it. The other curious question I had was in terms of layers that we could have information that's reasonably accurate. I don't know if we have this. Is there some way to make a difference between short-term aspirational or short-term future? Like we really do have it in mind to do this in the near future. We're looking for grant funding. It's in the queue, so to speak. And this is a long-term, we're gonna have to redevelop over decades, wait for pre-zoning the way we were talking about just now. Like there's a big difference between we've got this in the queue right now. We're looking to make this happen. Demamule Creek, Little River Crossing. And there's a boardwalk here. And if enough people actually, decide to redevelop, need to go through all the rezoning and so on, then we can maybe eventually get enough aggregated trail to build something. That one is truly aspirational, looking at decades. Can we make a distinction between those? Is there enough information in the overlays to actually separate those out? Because people want to know, is this something that's happening very shortly? They'd like to know if it's happening shortly because it's exciting if it's something they want. And if it's something they're a little afraid of, they want to know it's far in the future.
Yeah, but how do you know that?
That's what
Like,
I'm
how would
that's-
you know what a developer is thinking and having conversations in the private world right now?
That's why I'm asking, because I'm
So
curious whether
we
we
don't-
have things that we know we're doing, then we can say, we know this is happening. The rest would probably be,
What you could do is do two separate maps. You could do an existing network map with the colored lines. And then you could do another map that says aspirational contingent on development, subdivision, rezoning. I don't know, but you could
Yeah.
separate these two in terms of it's easy to put out what exists now.
That's what I'm.
Yes, and I think in the Parks and Trails plan right now, it's
Yeah.
more clear what is existing and what the aspirational or future trails and parks are. Potentially we could add a note to this map. Would a note to this and say this is maybe conceptual, refer to Parks and Trails master plan for more detailed information. Maybe that would be a quick win, because I don't know how quickly we can turn around maps.
Yeah, I would
As
just
well.
point to the Parks and Trails. Yeah. Counselor Pearson, then McMath?
Yeah, it would greatly help to alleviate fears that are out there if it was just presented as the red line around the harbor. All the other lines that are mixed in there, it's not clear, you don't understand what it is, and then an explanation on that. Because when you look at this, it's difficult to pick up where it is. We have an aspirational trail that's circling our entire harbor. And every map, and the words are out there, people are interpreting it, people are out there circling around, causing anxiety. And people who have owned their properties for 50, 60, 70 years are anxious about this.
Yeah.
And it's not clear in our maps. Somewhere down in the future, I'm gonna ask to have it removed, but that'll be later in this meeting today, so.
Well, we're in this section though.
Okay, well. Guess it's my turn to talk.
Well, your mic is on, so you may as well finish the
Okay,
sentence.
you want me to finish that thought or go back to page 50?
Well, I don't know. I would just stay on this thought, because then I'll
Okay.
go to Counselor McMath.
Well, I would suggest that the aspirational trail, which is aspirational, be removed, but turn it over to staff to build it into our bylaws when we start developing property. I think it's not reflective of what's a reality. I think there's some great places that, from Whiffin Spit to the boardwalk and all of these things that we should be identifying as our priority, but aspirational is off somewhere else. We've had trails in our system that are aspirational that go from nowhere to nowhere. And I know
How about a suggestion is to replace this map with a picture of the Parks and Trails Master Plan? We use that document when it comes to land use decisions. So then then it's a direct with a hyperlink to that plan that guides development. Then you know to go look there. And then it's the same. What about that? Would that work for staff as the guiding tool?
I believe that would work, yes.
Okay, so then we just replace this map with the Parks and Trails Master Plan cover with a hyperlink. Does that make sense for everybody?
is there still gonna be a red line around the harbor?
Well, it's whatever's in the approved Parks and Trails Master Plan that went through a public process.
But
You still want the ability, if someone came up and bought 4 waterfront parcels, that there's an ability for public access to be preserved. That's how we have it at both the Prestige and at Mariners Village. Unless you disagree with public access to the water, Ella Beach being another, they're popular destinations.
we already have public access, and it's mandated by the province. But we're digressing from what my issue is, but that's fine. I guess.
So do we replace the map? Yes? No? Seems like yes. No one seems to care.
Sorry.
Replace it with the image. Go ahead, Mr. Riley.
Just a quick comment here. So that there's an action item here that references the walking and rolling network, and it's related to multimodal mobility infrastructure. So the Parks and Trails Master Plan, I believe, would be looking at trails and parks, not necessarily paved pathways or connections elsewhere in the district. I'd have to confirm if it would be a quick swap and that action item would still make sense. I think this map may be a bit more robust or a larger scope than what the Parks and Trails Master Plan has.
Counselor Beddoes.
I just want to reiterate, being on the committee and being involved with gathering the information a few years ago and continuing on, the number one thing that people were telling us is they wanted this trail. They understood that it's private property and that it's only to be achieved when this stuff comes up for rezoning. But this is supposed to be a people's document, and there's 2 members from the committee sitting here, and we heard over and over again that this is, it's the people's document. This is what they'd like to see. Whether it happens or not is another thing, because it's private property. And I know it's disturbing for people, but it's only comes into play when the land is rezoned. Until that happens, it is private property and we have no business being on it. But this is what the people wanted to see eventually happen. I think they look into places like Vancouver and they see seawalls, they see all these things like that. It's an aspirational thing, but don't dismiss what the people that put all their effort into answering some of these questions, giving those ideas to us. So I think it's been explained numerous times to people with waterfront property, and I know they're concerned about it, and they should be concerned about their property. But we've made it abundantly clear that it was only going to happen, and if they rezone and do a bunch of other things. So I think we're wasting a whole bunch of time on this when it's part of the process.
Rezone or subdivide. Counselor McMath.
I pulled up the PTM, whatever, the parks map, and I don't see a single line that's on the one that is in the OCP that is not in this map. So I'm happy to change it. It also has the way that it's color coded is so much easier to absorb. I understand what you're saying, that you heard back that people in this community really want access to water, and I understand that, but I think you're also looking at that issue with waterfront property owners from a singular perspective, which is someone that is well and has been meshed within this process and is highly educated in it. These people are not. They have 30 seconds in their day. They read a highlight, a headline, boom. So as much as you say that you've put that out, and I know you have tried, they still do not understand. So our job is to make that information and to alleviate those concerns and to be better communicators, because we don't want to be causing community members undue stress. So our responsibility is, if the communication style that we practice is not effective, that's not their problem, that's our problem. So that is something that we need to change. The map will be one portion, there'll be other portions as we go further. But as you ask people to not be dismissive of a group, I ask you the same question to not be dismissive of that group. And in their defense, when they've come forward and they've asked for something and we said we were going to do it, they came back to another open meeting and it seemed like we'd pulled the rug again. So there's some trust issues there. So it's not, the community wants water access, absolutely. The waterfront property owners want clarity and assurance, and we can achieve both.
Counselor.
I don't disagree with anything you said.
Counselor St. Pierre.
I agree with everything that's been said, including keeping the trail in place, but I think it's so important to potentially have an FAQ that basically outlines what the process would be for this trail to come into existence, all the different steps along the way, requires pre-zoning, subdivision, approval of the community, open, like all that stuff. All that information really should allay those fears, but I don't think most people have it handy, and they easily forget what it is when a friend says, do you know this is happening? And all of a sudden, all that information goes under the bus, because so that there needs to be an easy reference FAQ, potentially with a flow chart. This is how you get from here to there. This is how it might happen. No, it's not happening tomorrow. And you'll have ample time to respond, to understand, so on and so forth. You're not just going to be expropriated and your viewscape shot to hell. So I agree completely. It's a communication issue. And I'm hoping that within the PTMP,
It's not, so I quoted the wrong plan. It's in the transportation master plan. So that one has the future walking network and the future cycling network are located in that plan, future transit network and complete streets.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. But I think that the TMP reference should actually include that sort of thing so that people can easily understand what is possible. As opposed to being terrified of the future.
This map also has like that verbiage aspirational, which is, yeah, exactly.
Okay, so what are we doing? Are we leaving it in? Switching out maps to which map?
Map 2 district existing proposed trails.
Page 18 of the Parks and Trails Master Plan. Yeah.
Yeah, we're all looking at different things because now I'm looking at a totally different plan here. That doesn't help.
And I'd like to recommend that in the glossary, we would add a definition of aspirational trail or aspirational route. And therefore, answer, you know,
So replace, okay. Does that work then? First, like I need to know that it does work. Okay, so that works. And so let's do that. Does that work for everybody? Okay. All right, well, no, it doesn't. So we're gonna have to just do like a quick vote. So we're not a quick vote, but a vote. We're replacing the map and we're adding a definition of aspirational trail to the OCP.
One more.
In the microphone.
Yeah. So can we add to it? So there's lots of possibilities in the district of Sooke here and where that trail shows where they could go out onto the beach. So you have all these people who own all this property, who see these lines through it. And of course it gets them upset because it goes through their property. If possible, the higher tide areas or the higher ground areas, if we could go out into the beach in those areas, and then only where we absolutely have to, if something comes up, we could do the, you know, aspirational trail through somebody's property if they rezone and so on. But there's so much opportunity to really walk our beaches in Sooke here without having to impose on people's.
Well, I think in that case, you would need to create a whole specific map book. So I think that's just something.
They could do it in the Parks and Trails.
Yeah, but it's not I think that's another mapping book that could be developed outside of the OCP. And you have to then define the terrain and the ability, because not everyone will have the ability to navigate that. And the timing with tides and everything else. So there's a lot of factors to look at. So on this, I want to look to, are we replacing the map and adding the definition? Because the two go hand in hand together. Yes?
Yeah.
can I make a quick point? And I thought that this aspirational trail now ended on the west side of the Sooke River. And the dotted line around South Nation and into Kaltassin was no longer included. Or did I dream that?
Well, I don't know. I'm just going with the map that was cited here. And I'm not.
My
looking
point
at
is we
that.
need to amend the map.
Well, that's a whole amendment of the Parks and Trails Master Plan.
If I may, sorry, I believe, if I recall the conversation from maybe a couple years ago now about this trail, it was that we wouldn't show it going across the south property. It wasn't so much that the trail would disappear on district-owned lands, it would, out of respect for them, I think the request was to not show it going through their property. So I believe that's what's been removed. That makes sense?
Sorry, I left my microphone off. All those opposed of that? There's two opposed. This is what's happening. We're replacing the map and adding a definition. Next item, please. Who is the microphone? Whose turn is it? Anything else in this block? We're moving to the next section. Councillor Haldane. Microphone.
I might have a section on the housing.
Okay, do you have a page number?
132.
132 is the page.
Address non-market housing needs. And I don't see it referenced anywhere. I was looking through some of the other stuff. Because we do have a policy back on page 61, but I'm not going to reference that. But so 4.91 address non-market housing needs. And then 4.913 talks about advocate for increased regional, provincial, and federal government support for local non-market housing initiative for other levels of government, community agencies, blah, blah. But what this is at risk housing and for working people who don't necessarily have a place to go or whatever. And we don't really talk about in the document anywhere where we would either put trailer parks or even mobile home parks or something where people who are basically right on the precipice of pure homelessness, living in their campers, trailers, cars, where they have a place to actually go or park. I mean, is there some language where we could maybe come up with something?
Well, the last I've heard is that unfortunately, those particular dwellings are not deemed to meet code by the province. But in this case, working with them for support for non-market housing initiatives would capture that at a time when the province or the federal government actually determines that they do meet code.
I just think for a place, is there an allocation situation? I mean, we're letting people sleep in tents in the parks and stuff anyway. Is there a place where they could actually park their camper or park their RV? That there's temporary housing and there's lots of it going on right now. Is there an option for that? We got people in yards and in properties right now, and it's non-conforming to our bylaws. So maybe we could make it legal somewhere on some piece of property or something, so that we're not stuck with bylaw enforcement being
But this-
little tools to work.
But this here would cover that all.
We're gonna allow it regardless if it's in our bylaws or not.
No, it would be like we have in the past resolved this. However, it wasn't anything that moved forward.
They're parking on the street right now and stuff. That's all.
Yeah, it's a terrible situation. I think the appetite though was to actually build safe, secure housing, which is how McCullough and Charters and Drennan came to be, like standalone buildings that are below market and so forth. Councillor St. Pierre?
I strongly support what Councillor Haldane is saying here. We just don't have enough clarity around where people could actually park an RV, or basically this is housing that's really much cheaper than what's comparable. Building a Charters building is millions.
Yeah.
Getting some land that's properly serviced and actually can hook up an RV, trailer, whatever, and actually provide housing for someone is a lot cheaper. But as far as I know, we don't have any way to easily identify which parcels they would be, to get them zoned appropriately and so on and so forth. I think that there's a lot of merit in trying to figure that out. And
There's merit there, and I think there's an app, like any council member at any time can bring forward a notice of motion, discuss it, trigger a staff report, and begin following through on that avenue, and not at any time,
well, I'm thinking,
as you all know, because you do it so well. However,
if I can point out, I think action 4.9.4.13, promote manufactured homes promote manufactured home parks as an affordable housing option. Certainly seems to cover that, but doesn't include an inventory or some means of actually zoning new parks. And I think just adding to that so that we actually have the ability to get there. I don't know if that's, I don't know. My pages are different, 139 for me.
Well, and there are people who are, like I say, living in their trailers and campers and stuff now, and they're flowing all through the community, moving from night to night and time to time. And to try to incorporate those people into a legitimate system where they feel safe and comfortable, and because a lot of them, they're going to work every day too, and this is problematic for them to.
okay, what page were you on, Councillor St. Pierre?
Mine is 139, so action 4.9.4.13. Specifically references manufactured home parks.
Okay, I just need to know what objective that is.
Promote manufactured home parks as an.
Just, can you read out the title? Is it,
Oh, sorry, enhance housing affordability,
what is it, 4.1, 4.9,
4.9,
4.9?
page 139 on mine.
I know, it's just now I'm on the red line one, so it's not matching, so you need to bear with me here.
Yeah, I think yours is maybe around 135.
Where you're at.
Oh, I see, here it is, okay, so in the action, so it starts on page 135, objective 4.9.4, enhance housing availability, affordability. And then it goes through a number of things. The last one is promote manufactured home parks as an affordable housing option. So your point to Councillor Haldane about manufactured homes is it's in here. It's just, it falls into the objective under the action section.
Yes, but as Councillor Haldane was pointing out, that doesn't actually quite cover RVs.
But we also received opinion from the province that they don't recognize them by code. So that is, how can you put something in that collides provincially? That's a further follow-up, and you could continue with that advocacy work and then provide an amendment to the OCP.
Yeah, I've been trying that for a while.
Yeah, well, good, keep trying, right? It's like everything else with the
I'll
province.
just say the Sooke Homelessness Coalition developed a position paper on all this 4 years ago, took it to the Premier, took it to MLA Parmar, and just a couple of months ago went to MLA La Jeunesse. So the advocacy to create these forms of alternative housing, regulation of RVs, tiny homes, the Shaw property might be, there's all sorts of.
Yeah,
So
there's
I welcome
outside
the guidance
advocacy
and-
happening here.
Your worship, it's covered under 4.913 is that we have to work with the province on this and these things are happening. I fully appreciate it. And I was on that committee. We talked about getting these places where people can park even in their cars and they have a shower there and a place that they can get mail because they can't even get legitimized. That is in the province's bailiwick. And the fact that we've got this in here, and I think it's something that we need to pursue, but I think it's after this, doesn't need to be in the OCP.
Okay, more work to come. Okay. Anything else in this section? Counselor Pearson, yes? Microphone.
Yes. Okay, and on page 57, I had a couple things on modal things, but I'll go back to. Page 57, we talk about land use in the categories. I don't know where, and I was trying to figure it out here, was neighborhood commercial nodes. And I didn't see any specific category that referenced that and through the staff. And maybe addition of commercial corridors, like something that we haven't got identified. Because as we expand, more corner stores, more services being built in more neighborhoods, and I don't see one definition here that I kind of liked for that.
Where does that now fit under community residential? This is in land use, 3.2 land use.
Page
starting on
57, yep.
57.
Yep. And you could go to page 56 and it shows everything. It's like, but I don't see the specific use for commercial nodes in neighborhoods, neighborhood pubs, services, health services.
You see like single family dwellings, multi-unit residential mix with neighborhood scale, commercial and institutional.
Node.
Commercial and employment lands.
No, it's
Your
not,
neighborhood planning.
we haven't captured it somewhere in here. No.
I see it under community residential, but I'll ask our planning staff to respond.
Yeah, so through the chair, commercial nodes aren't identified in the OCP. Basically, we're looking at the town center as being that main hub for commercial activity. And I guess surrounding area to a degree. The neighborhood commercial zones that we have or uses could be supported in community residential areas. But these are smaller neighborhood serving kind of small scale developments, not necessarily warranting a commercial corridor, so to speak. Yeah.
Okay. And the reason I bring that up is because, throughout the OC, because this is an aspirational document, it certainly fits in with transportation, reducing numbers of trips, bicycling down to your corner store, all of those things. And I'm not sure how we could capture that in land use.
But that'll fit under community residential, like you'll
With-
see like residential mix with neighborhood scale, commercial and institutional. Or in the gateway, it suggests large single family with some for infill, neighborhood scale, commercial recreation. Like you see it related throughout here. I just don't think people
It's-
want a big box store in the gateway or in a subdivision.
Correct. However,
So it does have neighborhood scale, so the dental office, and others.
takes a rezoning action.
Depends on what they're doing, so.
Back to page 50.
There's a comment back from Counselor St. Pierre.
Okay, sure.
I agree with what Councilor Pearson is saying. I don't think there's I think this is a vision of the community in terms of what it might want, in terms of actually having accessible services within their neighborhoods. That's certainly something that comes out in what the community is asking, but it's not necessarily captured, or it should be somewhere so that people know this is actually the vision of the community, and if it comes to the district, there's support for that. It's not outside the realm of what we'd like to see happening.
So how does neighborhood scale commercial not work for that?
And where's it, which categories?
Where is it?
It's under community residential. It says the land use is single family dwellings, multi-use residential mixed with neighborhood scale commercial and institutional. So how does that not capture that
57.
No,
in the
it-
yellow box?
No, it does capture it.
Up to 3 stories.
But for some,
So are you wanting a big box in the neighborhood community residential? Like,
No.
what am I missing here?
nothing terrifying like that. No, 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 I think I don't know if this is what Councillor Pearson is getting at. I know that for myself, I don't feel like it's necessarily a very obvious sort of thing that people should be striving for or looking for, or that in our active activities, that's something we want to try and encourage so that we can actually have more complete neighborhoods, more services accessible. And I don't know if that's what Councillor Pearson is getting at. I'm not sure. But I don't feel like that's actually emphasized or brought out very clearly. And it's just a communication. Yes, in black and white, and every planner and every person who reads the OSP and regular will find it easily and understand perfectly what's going on, and everyone else will not know.
But what I'm asking is in under land use where it says community residential, what is missing from that section? Okay, so what's the issue?
We're in the land use.
Microphone.
In the land. My original question is, are we going to identify commercial nodes in the OCP, potential commercial nodes? And the answer, I guess, is no.
Is yes, because it's here with
So
neighborhood scale
every-
commercial.
Every community residential neighborhood could have
Yes.
whatever they want, as long as they can go convince somebody.
Well,
Okay, I'm fine.
I read that there will be preference given to signalized intersections
Correct.
within, yes. So it's, and I think it's important also to dispel the myth again, that that commercial corridor, this OCP allows commercial activity from Whiff and Spit right out to Casinos.
Correct.
But it definitely does not. So
That's
how do we end these
How do
myths?
we direct it?
Yeah.
Okay, next.
I don't understand the problem we're trying to solve
Okay,
here.
it's done. I'm done.
Okay, apparently, Councillor McMath.
I have a question in the same zone. Do you want to continue this or should we stay in this section? I'll bring it.
Apparently, it's done, so.
No, I'm done with that, with my comment on that. It's just that for me, is what I was trying to achieve is that in the OCP, in the past, we've identified commercial nodes. It's not blanketed by community residential. So where would the community like to see? Like, let's say Sun River was way up Phillips Road and there was a community store or something. So any property that's in Sun River could apply for the way that I'm interpreting this.
Well, no, because it's a comprehensive development and that's how it was zoned. So they had to submit an area plan
Not
that was yes, they
somewhere-
did.
No, I'm saying somewhere on Phillips Road. I should have said, so anywhere on Phillips Road then is community residential.
Well, right now it is unless because that has what led to this date. So should things change, then they could apply for an OCP amendment and the community would have a say to that. But right now, I don't know what you're talking about because Sun River is almost built out and has a local area plan.
Exactly.
Councillor McMath?
I have a recommendation or a question in this section of the OCP.
Okay.
Different topic. Is that okay?
Yep, sure.
Okay, so there are portions where the highest density designation backs onto low density. And I was just wondering if we need some sort of verbiage or something added to the OCP so you don't have a 6-story building with like a single-story residential. Like, is there a way to manage that in terms of like the aesthetic of the community, but also like property tax implications?
Yeah, so through the chair, we do have zoning regulations that do this currently. So basically regulating setbacks, et cetera, of single family homes or parcels that are within the town center plan currently as single family versus say a multifamily development is being constructed next door. Yeah, so through the zoning regulations, it's possible. through covenants, it's possible. I think the plan here itself is generally intended to taper density. So you see the waterfront tapering to three stories high to the southwest. And then next to that is community residential. We have a transitional residential area as well to the north of the town center, which then tapers down further to the community residential land use designation. So there is just a natural tapering of density that occurs through the land use plan currently as is. I think where it gets a bit awkward is where it abuts agricultural lands, where you see more of like a town center directly adjacent to community residential. So that's where there could be a potential conflict. Yeah.
You need to get us like an electric buzzer. So the west side of this boundary, we may see like a 6-story build adjacent to like an incredibly rural.
Yeah, so there's just a small portion of a town center that abuts community residential or agriculture on the west boundary. And then to the north, there would be more of a modest like tapering from the town center to transitional residential to community residential. So there is that tapering there, but the max difference would be 6 stories to 3. Right, because
Okay.
the community residential still permits up to 3 stories.
If they choose to do that.
If they choose to do that, yeah.
So theoretically, I love worst case scenario, all of a sudden we have a whole bunch of 6-story buildings and no one else surrounding those areas, specifically like the west side here, then there would be quite a stark contrast.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's possible.
So is there any way to manage that better? Or is there a way to control that? You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and we try to do that currently with the town center plan and our zoning regulations. They do have specific like setback differences. For example, if you're adjacent to a lot that's designated as residential, for example. So we could do that, but I think it's just the nature of development. You'll see a bit of growing pains. I think with 6-story development next to existing residences that only happen to have developed to 1 story. It's just the nature of development. It's difficult, I'd say, to regulate.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, anything else in the pages up to 151?
Apologies, Chris Marshall just has his hand up.
Oh, okay, thank you. Over to our Director of Planning. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to also provide some information on that particular topic of the transition between housing styles, and in the official community plan, which you'll get to later, is the development permit areas. And the development permit areas, one of the things that is identified as in those guidelines is how to deal with that stark contrast between higher density development and single family housing. And what's asked for in the design guidelines is to step the building down towards the lesser dense site next door. So that's the kind of thing that the design guidelines in the development permit area will help to address as well.
Does that help, Councillor McMouth? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Director Marshall. Would we not look for natural boundaries in that transition between one zoning and another? Like where a road intersects or where there's a natural occurring boundary?
So, I mean, a good example right now is the rezoning that we're in the midst of on the west side of Lot A, in which we have a 4-story building going in right next to, on either side, single family housing. And unfortunately, in areas in transition, there will be situations necessarily where, and you see them all over big cities where, a single family home's got, skyscrapers on either side of it. The writing's on the wall. It's not pleasant for that person, but the fact remains that the long-term vision for the community is to have that height of building, that density of development. And yes, you can try and mitigate the impact of that on the neighboring home, but I don't think you want to say that that style of development should only happen on the other side of Wadham's Way, or all the way down to the highway to the south. That you would not allow any of it to happen on the west side of Lot A or the mall in that whole block because one person might be impacted in that on that street. So I don't think you want to take away a whole block of future development to avoid that situation.
And thank you for that, Mr. Marshall, and I get that. But so and that's a great example. So the compromise in the short term is that we recommend a 4-story building as opposed to a 6-story building when they're already, that area could have had a 6-story building, right? So is that our plan? Like, I mean, it seems like the first people in get unfairly, I wouldn't say punished, but I get a difference in approach. They may buy a property based on the 6 stories, but we're trying to soften the blow. But yet we have an intention through our OCP to build that out to town center at 6-story. So it's a tough council decision. Thank you.
I'll just speak to that briefly, but so the reason why that was recommended to be capped at 4 stories is because of existing policy and that policy linkage in the OCP to the town center plan. So with this update, that linkage wouldn't exist anymore. So feasibly, like a cap of 4 stories where we envision a 6-story building, or that, you know, the desired attributes include 6-story buildings, we should allow that development to occur without any restrictions. Yes.
Thank you. That's a good answer. Really good answer.
Yeah, the town center plan is also quite dated now. It was adopted in 2009. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Pearson, in this section.
Okay. And it's just to reflect on policy 4. It's on page 135. I've just forgot my page.
135.
We've made an addition, a red line addition, streamline development application and permitting to improve efficiency and reduce costs that impact housing affordability. So I guess my comment or my question or my suggestion is that we've made a conscious effort to make this happen, and we're going to get to section 7 in a little while, and some of those DPAs that are suggested are going to be in contrary to this policy. So I don't know, maybe I'll wait till section 7, but I do want to keep a bookmark on that page 135.
Okay, just keep a tab there.
Yep. And last but not least on page, because we took me to 150, I think it was 35, 151, I'm going to say. Oh, temporary use permits. Sorry, it was on page 150, not 151. So the clarity that I'm only asking for clarity is, and the word is not otherwise permitted in the zoning bylaw. And this question is back to our manager of planning. So is the temporary use permit may be used for a period of up to 3 years and may be renewed once, subject to the application and approval. What is the time? So I'm assuming that it's 3 years, an additional 3 years?
Yes, so up to 3 years, so 6 years max.
6 years maximum. And then upon expiry, is this going to form into a bylaw? Is what my question is. Are we going to push this forward to a bylaw?
No, they exist currently, so someone could
Yeah,
apply for a
but-
temporary use permit.
Okay, so
Yeah.
temporary use permit now says, I think we just recently changed that, right?
Changed it, I think, from 2 to 3 years.
3 and 3.
Yeah,
Three and
okay.
three.
The LGA permits 3
Okay.
maximum with extensions.
Yeah, and the intention would be that the entity could rezone in that time period.
Yeah, or they could reapply. So like 6 years is not the hard stop, is kind of my question.
It is the hard stop. So you have 3 years
Mhm.
and then you can extend it for an additional 3 years, but not beyond that. So the intention would be that you would seek to
You
rezone in
come
that
into
time.
compliance with.
You can reapply.
Yeah.
You can
Or you can
after
reapply.
the extension, yes.
Okay,
So you could-
after the 6 years.
Yes.
Okay,
Oh, okay. So then, okay, that's fine.
that would be up to council as
Council,
well.
council.
Council may prefer that the entity choose to rezone instead.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, no, thank you. And that answered my question to page 150. That's it for me.
Okay, anything from anyone else in that first section? Councillor McMath?
Also, why are the headlines like, I read it like SpongeBob? You know what I mean?
It's the change. I asked the same, so they'll be fixed on the other one. It's just the way the PDF changes.
It covers multiple pages, but I just thought I'd pull it now. So there is, I think it's 60 plus action items. And in those items, there's requirements for studies, programming, things like that, but there's no cost analysis, and there's no prioritization of the actions. So I'm just curious if this is the form now where we sort of review it a bit, or is this something that we want to discuss at strat plan and like leave it up to council's discretion on how to prioritize these things? Because there's a massive amount of.
So are you talking like in the part in the action items, like the objectives, like community economic development
Yeah.
and those things?
Yeah.
So these are all things the community would like us to do. And then, yeah, council needs to then look at this as a tool for strategic planning. What do we actually want to do on our term? And then how do we fund it all?
Because there is something to be said for like all our aspirational things, but just to play devil's advocate, it's also has the potential to highlight the failures as well. So if you set these unachievable goals, when they are not successful, it leads to like a disappointing reception naturally. So I'm not sure if that's something that we want to discuss now or at a later date, because if we look back at this OCP 5-10 years from now, it's like, great, what did we do? Well, we did 5 of the 60 pieces. It's not a good look. And for helping future council, I'm not sure what the group's direction is. I just wanted to put a feeler out that way.
Well, and some of these have been in existence since the town incorporated.
Yeah.
So, and then they're sort of like ongoing, like I was on the sign committee in 2008. So I'm picking on page 122, the signage and wayfinding plan throughout the community, like that's ongoing.
Mm-hmm.
So has it been a priority? Well, sort of. Not really.
Yeah, to me, like the biggest issues in this community is the road itself, and there's an advocacy piece with that. The next is like accessible, affordable housing, however you want to define it. Those are the 2 biggest issues, and like the cost of living. So there is a massive wish list here. So do we want to say, yeah, we want to do all these things and not really accomplish much, or do we want to hone down a few of these things and triage within this document itself?
But that's a strategic plan of council, and it's also subject to budget, because I've also been in a time where it's 0% and less, which means it's do little and do nothing
Of course.
for a considerable length of time. So, and all of it sits there and it just sits and we grow and grow. And then eventually it's like, okay, but sometimes you'll also find a community organization that will pick it up and do it. And it's in the OCP and they run with it and they get great things done outside of our scope, or we have service agreements with other entities that fill off some of these things.
But back to your budget point, that's exactly what I'm saying is last year we had a very high tax increase. And at that presentation, we're supposed to be continuing to go down from that point. But with this sort of document, the costs associated with that, there's those pieces don't align. So if we are supposed to be going from double digits down, now that we've got some reins on this beast, but we have this massive wish list here, that sends the tax the other direction. So our actions are not aligning with what we're putting in here, is what I'm saying.
Counselor St. Pierre?
I think it's just important to remember that it's not us putting it in here. This is actually the vision and the aspirations of the community brought forward into one document. Our role is actually, like you were saying, to go into the strat plan and to basically look through this wish list and say, what is actually really critically important? You know, transportation, road network, so on and so forth. And what can we do to make sure those things happen to basically, you know, benefit the community in the future? Other than that, my understanding is that the rest of the wish list basically acts as a guide for staff to look for grants and opportunities where there's no way we could have done this, except that there's been a change in government. Now they decided that this kind of stuff is what they want to see. And now there's millions of dollars on the table to do this. If our OCP basically says, yes, that's what we want, there's probably something in their grant application that says, unless your OCP doesn't align, we're not going to give you the money. We've got it in place. We do want to do this sort of thing. We just haven't had the money. Now we can actually go after the money. So I think that's the type of situation here. There's actually, I feel personally like there's two pieces of the OCP. One is the nuts and bolts, the DPAs, the zoning, all of that stuff that actually, you know, gets down to development and land use. And then there's what are the aspirations of the community? You know, more waterfront access, sidewalks everywhere, more services locally available. We want it to be whatever it might be. Potentially super expensive, maybe this is net zero everywhere. You know, good one, right? We can't afford that. And we can't afford it now or for a hell of a long time. But if it's in our OCP, we can actually go after funding. We can go after opportunities. We can work in that direction within the constraints of our budget. Anyway, I don't think it ties us down, and I don't think anyone expects us to have a magic wand to make it all happen. But I think they'll be highly disappointed if we actually took out their hopes and aspirations from the OCP.
Counselor Beddoes?
Sorry, it's so long, I forgot. No, I just, just say, remember, this is an aspirational thing from the public. And of course we can't get to everything, but we don't know that. It's in the OCP, and you never know. There'd be a busload of money come in on some project that's something we haven't considered because it looked too expensive. That may be something we can do. So again, you know, just remember that this is a document from the people of what they would like to see in their town. Then it's up to us, we're the elected officials, to set out the strat plan and to set out the priorities and to achieve some of these things. Those ones that we can't afford, and it may be a time coming up where we can't do very much of anything because of little money. It doesn't stop having that aspirational plan. That's the whole idea, is to give us some guidance and give the public some guidance as to where they want their community to go. So I have no problem with not achieving a whole lot of these things. I'm just glad they're there, that I can refer to them and see what is possible in the next 5 years. I mean, I have in my mind what's needed in the next 5 years, and it's not a whole lot of this stuff. But I can't disregard somebody that comes up to me when we're gathering this information and saying that that's what they would like. That's what their kids would like. That's what their neighbors would like. So I don't have a problem with it being in there.
And some of this is outside, like it's in the district of Sooke, but Sea Park does its work. The school district does its work. Community organizations today, Friends of Sooke Park did a total rehabilitation around Knott's Park with guidance of our staff, yes, but all the funding came from BC Hydro. So that is in alignment with this OCP, and hopefully they'll have access to that otherwise. So there's community groups that continue to do all these things. The Fine Arts Show is another example. Yes, there's some funding that comes from the district, which they're able to leverage and do elsewhere. Searchin is another partner, the Chamber of Commerce or others. So the more important one when it comes to council and its term is the strategic plan. And then adopting a strategic plan that does fall in alignment with the official community plan so that it keeps council, okay, here's an overall piece, unless you need to actually make rewriting the OCP one of your strategic priorities, which takes several councils to do. Okay.
I think just and maybe I should have been more clear. What I'm just wanting the group to look at is how we have reference like an aspirational trail versus like a high priority trail, something that simplifies within the document what is reality right now in current circumstances versus what is aspirational. So I'm just wondering if we put a lens on those pieces, because I believe the what's that phrase, under promise over deliver, this is the opposite of that. And so just to have that clear communication with the community, we have all these things in here exactly for the pieces that you've mentioned, which is grant opportunities, community groups that step forward. It's not that they not be included, it's just that they have a lens of reality based within them and budgetary constraints.
I think that has been done by staff in terms of short-term actions and such, but it may be that it needs more clarity. Is that what you're suggesting, or?
Yeah, we'll see. There has been a request for another health break, so I'll just ask, is there anything further on this first section? Because then I'm going to move to the next section.
I just wanted to just address what Councilor McMath has just brought up. And, you know, when we first heard Ivy Campbell was our director of planning back in 2019, and she came to us and, you know, one of her ambitions was to get a tighter action list. She noted to us that in the current OCP, I think it was 18 of 120 had been addressed in the then 10 years. And yet the community has come forward and delivered 121 in this current, so one more than and yet I don't think this council, I mean, we do have the power to prioritize, and we do that through the strat plan, as everyone has said, and we cannot handcuff future councils by prioritizing these actions. So that's come to me now. We really must recognize this is a 5-year plan, right? And the council of October 2026 will have the opportunity to build their strat plan and identify what they'd like to do. But here's all the inspiration and possibilities in one really handy package.
Okay, anything else on the first 150 pages? Okay. So on that, we're going to take another recess. Current time, if we synchronize, is 4:06. So we'll regroup at 4:16. Thank you. And then we'll move into the next section. And I'm going to do 153 to the end. That's a challenge. Okay, everyone, I would like to call us all back into session here. It's current 4:16. Thank you, everyone, for hanging with us. So we're now, we're on page 153 because 151 and 2 are some images. And so we're starting around 6.1, delivering Sooke's OCP. From here, just go right to the end of the document. I'm just saying that because we started at 1 and we need to go through this. So anything from anyone? That's it? Okay, I'm gonna response, but okay.
It's not major. I think it's
Counselor Bateman.
the next page. There are 2 pages on.
Let's do part 6 and then go to the EPA spots, like so that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay, so we'll
Okay,
try
next
to go
page,
this in
please.
order. So I'm gonna look anything in page 6. Or pardon me, page
Section
6.
Page
Section
154. It's just under plans to update. It's worth noting that the district wildfire protection plan has been updated. So you can take that off the list.
What's the
Page
reference?
154, plans to update, right here, it's in front of us. We see the district wildfire protection plan has been, we have a new plan.
Yeah. And I would also recommend that you put those in order of the date they were passed. So just reorganize.
Just resort by starting with 2008 to 2015. Done. Good, thank you. So I'm just gonna call up, shift through some page numbers. And then just interrupt me, page 157. 157 action items around land use, transportation, natural environment, green buildings and infrastructure, parks and trails.
I have one more here. And that was, I was reading the referrals they're in this agenda as well. And Chief Kennedy had a thread. There was a thread evolving about the need for to highlight the need for a new emergency operations center. Am I correct on that? Yeah. So I'm just wondering whether that particular need needs to be captured here in action items. We've talked about it in the past, a fire, police, ambulance emergency hub. If we're looking at long-term aspirational goals, I would think that's critical.
Well, given that this OCP has to be updated in 5 years, it'll take time to pull all those stakeholders together. Ms. Gray.
Through your worship to Councillor Bateman, just some food for thought is I know staff are planning on bringing a potential decision point in front of council after budget's adopted next year, talking about the ACCs for that emergency building that would involve fire, ambulance, potentially police. So whether you want something included in the OCP, I'll defer to council on that. But if you just were curious about next steps for that information is coming to council in the next spring.
Okay, moving on through these action items, Councillor Pearson.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, corporate officer.
Hire a staff person just to sit there and say that to us all the time.
Get an automatic button, like a buzzer, like give me a shot. Okay, page 158. Page 158, item 15 and item 16, 15 and 16. I don't know how I'm going to ask this question, but I'm going to ask it. I've recently heard that in our buildings bylaw, and maybe I could defer this to council all day, but in our building bylaw, that we are encouraging or demanding, I don't know what the word is, single driveways on duplexes.
Okay, I'm gonna ask staff to answer the driveway question.
Can I find out about that? Because that would be in contradiction of these two action items. I mean, it sounds,
Through your worship, Councillor Pearson, I can look up an email. I know, Councillor Haldane questioned this. I believe the duplex driveway thing depends on how much frontage is available. On if they can have two separate driveways or if they have to be combined into one driveway. So if you just give me a second, I can pull up this details that Mr. Carter provided me earlier.
okay. And the only reason I bring it up is because two driveways are way better for off-street parking than one driveway, and you're gonna avoid conflict if I have to go to work and my car's behind yours, and there's only one exit, so. Anyway.
What if it's a stacked duplex on top of each other and there's no frontage for two?
Oh.
Then you're only gonna have one, right? You
I-
can't have to because we do allow stacking.
Oh, no.
And there's no room.
In all cases, I've just
Yeah.
heard that it's side by side duplexes have got the same. Anyways, whether it's true or not, I don't know, but I have assurances that's gonna be investigated.
We had made a change to that in the summertime under a particular bylaw, I believe, which I don't remember what it is offhand.
Just, it seemed to exacerbate parking as opposed to help it. Item 19 on page 159.
Do we want to wait for that reply?
I mean, it's up to council. I can provide some further clarity after this meeting unless you would like this answer to
Okay.
formulate a decision today.
Okay, I just wanted to bring it up that's unrelated to this. This says explore, and I'm happy with what this says. I just say that sometimes maybe there's other things that are going on.
There's a separate, so we can
Yep.
follow up on that. It's not,
No action
Here.
required by me.
okay?
Item 19, action required by me. Item 19 on page 159, encourage preservation of culturally significant vegetation, work with Sauk Nation and other Indigenous communities to seek opportunities to preserve areas with culturally significant plants and ecology. But I don't see where invasive species, because we have an invasive species problem. So I would hope that we could add something to this action item, is that to work with Sauk Nation to determine where invasive species need to be removed. I'm kind of doing it on the fly, but
No, that's a good one. Do we have anything
on invasives.
on invasives?
We have a significant invasive species problem at the confluence of Charters River and Sooke River right now.
Well, and yeah, Charters River, yes, with knotweed, which we're doing.
Korean.
There are 4 sections where it references the removal of invasive species.
Yep.
So you just want an additional.
It just in this action items where it says encourage preservation, but it's also to work with Sauk Nation, because that was one of the, because I sit on the Juan de Fuca Water Commission and the Regional Water Supply. This is in Sooke River.
Sorry, just, so all you're asking is encourage preservation of culturally significant vegetation and removal of invasive species.
Correct.
Full stop.
Yep.
Okay,
Good.
I like it.
Okay, let's put that in.
Yay.
Okay, so,
Yeah, could
so under item 19, right?
It's specific to item 19. It's not a
Yeah.
general statement.
So where it says to work with Sauk Nation to determine where invasive species should be removed.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, just you adding that to this first sentence in the previous
Yeah,
page.
you got it there.
Oh.
It's on the screen. Cool. Good. Okay. Next. That's it?
Rebuild. Oh.
It has step codes but I don't know, energy step code what?
Can we get some clarity from staff on that, please? This would be on 162, 44.
It just says implement the step code, but is it step code 3, 4, 2, 1?
Yeah.
Just implement it?
I read this as it just follows as the mandate comes. So as
Yeah.
mandated to be on this step, then we will, exactly, yeah.
It keeps pace with the province.
Yeah, okay, so this says update building bylaw number 7 to implement BC energy step code. So, whatever the province is that you're saying that means something different than what I'm interpreting, so, okay. You didn't. So whatever.
I'll get clarity from our staff.
Yeah, so just as we've discussed previously, and a reminder, all these actions are in the earlier sections.
Correct.
So we've already looked at some of these. But yes, it's just
This
to
is
follow
better.
step. It's
Yeah.
to follow step with the provincial mandates.
Okay, just
Yeah.
because it's not clear, it just says implement the step code, which I already think we have.
We have and we will continue to.
I'm just gonna match, if they say step code 3 is implemented by the end of 2025, then we do, okay. Got it.
Correct.
Then we have to
Yeah.
update our,
That's the interpretation.
We're not
Yeah.
exceeding it, no.
I'm perfectly fine with it. I'm perfectly fine with it. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that.
anything in section 6? Section 6, Councillor Haldane.
Just one little one. So on page 161. Action item, I guess it would be 39 and 40. It's just all new municipal buildings, net zero requirements that new buildings be 100% electric. Just wondering, is it feasible or cost effective to have that in there? I mean, we're pushing gas and promoting it provincially now. So is it possible we could have gas being?
Well, this is build all new municipal buildings.
Yeah, I'd like to still think that we're open-minded, that everything's not gonna be able to be electrical for sure. And as the demand on electricity is gonna be huge, I mean, be nice to have a gas option, and this doesn't tie our hands, but maybe it doesn't.
I think it's when we get to the time of building a new building, that'll be an interesting conversation to have, but C-Park has been chipping away at retrofitting their existing one and will hit this by 2030. So it's doable. An arena and a pool is managing to do it.
I think in the long run, I think you're gonna find gas may turn out to be more reasonable, that's all.
Yeah, but it's energy efficiency between an arena that overheats and like between using the energy sink between two facilities, one meant to cool and one meant to heat. There's ways of doing that. This is a new building. So I think it's the time when the new building is built, we'll be having an interesting conversation about that.
So could we say gas or electric? I guess that would be.
Well, what is the building that's coming out of the ground? What new municipal hall building?
It's only our buildings, is that what that means?
Well, it says all new municipal buildings. Councillor McMath?
You're just concerned that this locks us into having to do this, Councillor Holden?
Just to be just electric.
So would we as a group define this as aspirational? That's a question for everybody.
Well, I think it's doable. We have new stoves that are convection.
Yeah, so say
That aren't
at the point
gas.
where we miraculously have a potential to build a brand new municipal building. And in here it says all new municipal buildings net zero emissions, so it's 100% energy, but the cost of that is triple that if we didn't do it this way. So is this locking us into having to do that, or is this an aspirational goal? And the great thing about this conversation is here is where we have like a lack of, there's a different interpretation for all 7 people at this table. So how do we clean this up?
Go ahead, Councillor St. Pierre.
Keep in mind that the step code, keeping up the step code also means that we are not going to be moving to gas in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
So the requirements of the step code, as we keep up with the step code, just says, no, gas is not really an option on the table. What's more, the technology is out there to actually go full electric, and it's cheaper in operating costs long term. We actually don't want to take on those rising costs. Gas, given that it's expensive to extract, gets more and more expensive all the time, is not going to be a cheaper energy source. It's going to be more expensive. Whereas electricity, We could potentially have local generations. There's all sorts of options as far as that goes. And it's just a more efficient system that can also be used for cooling at the same time as heating in a very simple way. It just doesn't make sense for us to use gas. It's an inferior energy that costs more.
I understand that. My question is, when it comes to just the financial decision alone, are we locking our taxpayers in to potentially paying more? Like, because this is all theoretical. If we're not fully finished the BC step code and this comes up and there are cheaper options, are we locking ourselves in financially to going, because it probably will be more expensive in the beginning, maybe cheaper in the long run, sure, not debating that. But are we locking ourselves into that as a financial decision, or is this an aspirational goal?
I don't have all the data, but as far as I know, it's actually cheaper to just go electric
Okay.
from the beginning.
That's not the question.
Counselor Beddoes?
Yeah, I think you're right. First of all, it's aspirational. When it comes up, if we came up to a new building and we decided that it was going to be triple the cost to put electrical in over gas, we just make an amendment to this. I mean, this doesn't, nothing here locks us into anything. In the end of the day, council has the prerogative to amend the OCP, and they have to deal with what's the reality on the ground at the time. So I don't have a problem with it being in here like that. The council today will make that decision when and if it comes up. There's no doubt that even today, with the provinces moving away from gas, could change tomorrow, and then we'll reflect those changes. But right now, this is the reality of the day, is to try and get net zero through electrical. And I mean, like I say, dealing with it through CPART, and it's achievable. If it turns out to be too expensive, the council of the day has the option to vary it. Aspirational, 100%.
Counselor Bateman?
Now, here's something that's not aspirational, it's actually happening. And so this is under community economic development. So we do have.
Which page and which item?
Well, this is 164.
Okay,
And I'm just identifying gaps in these action items. We have the, implementation of the Juan de Fuca corridor tourism program, the implementation of the municipal regional destination taxes, 1-year tactical and 5-year strategic plans, and also the launch and implementation of the Sooke Region Business Services Cooperative. All this great work that Gail Scott has achieved over the last 3 years is not captured in here. So it's in our strat plan, and it's in the community economic development strategy, but it's not here. So it's in the section from action item 70 to 81, and we're missing those key components I just stated, which is the bread and butter of the CEDC committee at the moment.
okay, so I'll ask staff about that.
Yeah, through the chair. So these actions are completed, is that correct?
Well, there are actions that Gail Scott has initiated
Yeah.
through her work.
So I think we'll find this as well. Like I think we as a district would maybe go off board in some cases, depending on what opportunities arise. So I don't think we're going to be able to capture everything that occurs in the next 5 years in this list of action items, or the next 20 years, of course. But we could look at revisiting, in 5 years if things are changing. But yeah, suppose it's not a great answer.
Well, some of it is just starting, Counselor Bateman. So
Yeah.
the hotel tax is just starting. There is the rest of that work. It hasn't fully emerged yet. So that's where over time, the next iteration of the OCP will start to create that. Like otherwise, it's always, to Mr. Riley's point, some of it is yet to unfold, right? So it's just that you have to set a mark in time.
Yeah.
And we have seen over the years, the OCP comes back for housekeeping updates. The zoning bylaw has housekeeping updates that are not material in nature, but just reflect whatever. That'll be a time where these things are incorporated. New plans get adopted or shelved or whatever. We have several plans that have never resulted in anything, but they're still living here in the library.
Moving on.
Anything else in item 6? Okay, can we move on to the next section, please? We're in the development permit areas. So I think this is what everyone viewing has been kind of waiting for us to get to potentially. So we're here in the DPAs, and which there's been, following what we heard, there's been substantial edits made in the red line version that I'm looking at anyway. Counselor Pearson.
Just to the through to the chair, is it our intention to be through these DPAs by the end of this meeting today with a recommendation? Like, been here 3.5 hours now.
Yeah.
We've got this. This is the this is the meat and potatoes of this document. It's contentious. It's been contentious, and I'm going to defer. Is there a question?
Yes, well, that was the intention. I was sort of thinking that everyone was focusing on, but I can see that there were other areas that people wanted to discuss.
Well,
this is the decision-making heavy lifting point now in this. Or not, maybe it's fine. I don't know. Looks good to me. So,
well, given, I mean, I make a motion that we reconvene another meeting of the committee of the whole to just discuss about the DPAs, because I think it bears that discussion. It's been most
okay,
contentious,
you're motivating on top of a motion.
Okay.
You've made a motion
and it's committee
that
of the
you
whole, so
wish
you don't need a
to
second.
recess and schedule another committee of the whole for this
Let's do
DPA
it.
section.
Yes.
Okay, so we don't need a seconder, so now you can motivate on that.
Well, I think this is.
In the microphone.
I believe this is the most contentious part of the OCP. I'm not happy with everything so far, but I can support where we've got to, because we've had a wholesome discussion on item 1 through 6. And I know people in the public are probably going to disagree with me, but I can support that. But in here, there's a lot of contentious issues, a lot of technical documents, a lot of this is the nuts and bolts of the users of the OCP in our community. Councillor Beto said to me, this is for everybody in our community. We can't exclude any group as a result of that. And he made me think about that. So I think it bears a 2 to 3 hour discussion myself personally, but that's up to the rest of you.
Okay,
And it's 5 o'clock, or it's going to be 5 o'clock.
others on the motion. Counselor Beddoes.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that we have spent a tremendous amount of time over these last 4 years when dealing with these DPAs. We have listened to the people concerned. We have made all these red line changes very extensively. We've consulted to the nth degree, and I think it's just time to get on with it. And I don't see anything really wrong with it. DPAs are especially in light of Bill 44, where we have to rely on this OCP because we don't have a lot of public hearings anymore. There's been a tremendous amount of work by staff. I'm very, very pleased with what they've done in this last 6 months to a year, and even before that, we were collecting information all the time. So I'm really taken aback that, how many times do we have to go over this? We've been over it a couple of years ago. We've been over it again and again. And sometimes in what people want, you just can't get. I mean, I understand some of the developers are not happy with it, but there's also a lot of environmental people don't want us to build at all. They don't like a whole bunch of things. So I think it's time we just move on and get this done. I think it's as close as we can get to being perfect. I mean, nothing is ever going to be perfect. So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we went through this whole thing today, and I had a look at it, and I was very, very polite in dealing with some of these small changes, but there was nothing in that whole document that we changed that changed this document. They were just, well, okay, but it's just now. So I think we just do it now. Get her done. Enough's enough. There.
Anything from anyone else on the motion? Counselor Bateman.
Yeah, I agree with much of what Councillor Beddoes just said. Real hats off to staff for these red line adjustments. The work done in this last year has made a tremendous difference. Now, having said that, and while I'm very much in favor at a 95+% level, I know that there are at least 2, perhaps 3 or more counselors at the table who will probably vote against this. And I think we need to have that robust look at these documents. What I want to hear from Mr. Riley is a discussion of all these changes you've made. You've turned these DPAs into a much more flexible, their guidelines. And I think that has now come clear very, very strongly. However, I think we need to prove it in a roundtable at a future meeting. So I would support Councillor Pearson's motion.
Counselor Haldane.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Kevin for the very reason that you say that everybody's been consulted or whatever. Well, the development groups were not consulted, but they have been consulted recently. They did have a lot of input. They're also the people that work with the document. I mean, the other people in Sooke, they want this overlying document to tell them how great their town is and how it's going to evolve over time or whatever. The people who actually have to use the document to build, to create, to pay monies for DCCs, our roads, all the improvements, everything else. These are the people who are asking for this stuff to be looked at, or at least with a closer lens, because they don't work for them. They don't work for people who are going to try and get stuff done in a reasonable amount of time. And that's what the provincial government is trying to do. And they're going to implement more bills. I talked to Dana Laguness today, and they're coming up with more bills to try and push councils out of the way. I don't want them to push me out of the way. I would rather us put language in here so that they can't force us to do things that we don't want to do in the future. If we don't start doing stuff to make stuff more reasonable for development groups, then they're just going to come with more C21, C15s, Bill 44s, and that's unfortunate. But that's where the provincial government is sitting right now. So I'm hoping we can work with this. We can incorporate these development permit areas into our bylaws. They'll still accomplish exactly the same thing, still give staff lots of tools, lots of ability to make this stuff happen. But right now with this document, it handcuffs us. And more importantly, for anybody who's going to either run or not run in the next election, and we've talked about it here tonight, is that the next council has to work with this document. And it's only a year from now. So let's build bylaws and use this document for the next council, because realistically, the bylaws that are going to be attached to this are going to be coming in this next year. We're really only going to be working until June. So we're rehammering those bylaws through in the next 6 months. So talk about working until 11 o'clock at night every time we want to get anything done. So I would like to think that we're going to look at this from a different lens, where we're going to try and work together. We want to be a cohesive group for the next year.
Okay, so we're discussing to have another meeting.
Yeah. So well, I'm rambling on like everybody else at this table does every time we come to a meeting. So yes, I want another meeting. Yeah.
Okay, so
Counselor McMath.
Sorry, that was so funny. I think just the last 3 speakers alone shows that it needs to be a longer conversation, whether you agree with the DPAs or you don't agree with the DPAs, or you're just looking for further clarification or understanding. I think if the 7 of us in this room require that, it just shows you how much more is going to be required when we take it to the public. So this group should be ground in it and fully understand it. And I look at it from a different perspective than some other people at this table, whereas I want to see exactly what the financial impact is for me 10 years in the future, like with my property, or I have a friend that has a waterfront property. Like I have some to me, there is some ambiguous language in there that I would like to clean up. So regardless of whether you agree with the DPAs or you don't, I think it's a moot point. I do think, though, that if we're really going to hammer this out as a group, which we should, because I think today's been fantastic, then it does require another meeting.
Okay, a suggestion, the province, just an aside, the province is coming up with legislation because it's seemingly local governments are unable to make decisions, which is kind of where we lands. However, I know that if I, push ahead, like I want the public to have a say. So me personally, I want this to wrap up and go to public hearing where everyone in the public viewing, sitting here, otherwise can actually give their input. We're delaying that ability. We are actually not allowing, because we can't receive any more information because the consultation piece has been done. And in terms of sending something to the public, it's confusing because we don't actually have a clean version to send them because we're tinkering with the existing one. That all said, is seemingly I'm hearing 1, 2, 3, 4 people now want more time. So my suggestion would be to add this to our regular council meeting scheduled for Monday and to add a committee of the whole into that meeting. Because we are on borrowed time from the district and their funding to hit this deadline. And it's in terms of getting development through that. Where do you think all of our staff energy is for people that are waiting for applications to be approved? Well, you are in the queue because we are sitting here with an OCP, which means everything else is just going to sit and sit and sit. So in terms of wanting things to happen, but I would suggest that in the essence of moving forward, because finding a time that meets all 7 of us and our staff is not an easy accomplishment. People have work, they have lives, they have other responsibilities outside of this. So I'm glad to see everybody present here today, because the other day we looked at did not work for half of council. We were looking at Tuesday, it didn't work. We could have bounced to Thursday, which works for everyone. So we're limited in terms of time and availability. So I'm going to ask staff, is that possible to add it on to Monday night's regular? And to open, and then after the reports are done, to resolve into committee of the whole to focus, because at that point, it should be, and I won't entertain anything from any previous page, because you've had 3 hours to do that, is to pick it up solely on the DPA section. Now, if one ties into an earlier one, that's fine, but to then say, oh, I have, 8 pages of notes on 4.1, I think we've dealt with all of that.
My motions.
We need to get through the DPA section specifically. So is that possible for Monday?
I would suggest that that could be possible, also keeping in mind that we do not have a closed session scheduled for the Monday meeting. So we should be able to get through the reports quicker than usual with what is on the agenda. So this could be a possibility. We can go into committee of the whole and then potentially rise and report based on that. At that time and see where we land at that time.
I'd rather do that. And then if in the event that we run out of time, then it would be the case of finding availability on another date. Because otherwise we're stretching on. We have a stat next week as well, which eliminates 1 working day. So there's other factors to consider here. To staff, please.
And if I could just also add that because of this meeting today, if council can also allow that staff will get the agenda with this new item on for tomorrow and not this evening.
Yeah, not this evening. It would be sometime tomorrow. So we all know what we're picking up on. And it would be a supplemental added to Monday. Okay, so I'm going to call the question on that. So it'll be Monday and picking up with the DPAs. Monday after at the regular council.
Right. Procedurally. Could I just ask that we call the question that the committee of the whole that we had previously in the committee of the whole, that we request that council adjourn to another meeting? So the original question, I can bring it up on the screen if that makes it easier, and then we rise and report, and then we call another item. If you wanted to give me just a moment, we could. do
Let's do that. Thanks. Okay.
We're live, guys. Okay, so this is the order. So the first resolution is we're in committee of the whole, and that's the motion that Councillor Pearson has put forward. So I'll call the question on the first one. All those in favor? Opposed? I'm opposed to it. Just had to be. The next one is that the next one is that the committee of the whole rise and report. So we're rising out. We're now sitting as council.
Yes.
Right? And so that is that council enter into a committee of the whole meeting on the November 10th, 2025 regular council meeting to continue discussion of the development permit area section of the official community plan. So that's moved by Councillor McMath. Now we need a seconder. It's Councillor Pearson. Did either of you wish to comment? It would just make a note then that because it'll be a regular council meeting, that public input will be prohibited on this particular item. So that I'll make comment to that similar at the last one, that it would all be all other remaining items. So everyone is clear on that. Okay. So that's on Monday, following the current business that's already in the queue. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Beddoes is opposed. I'm actually in favor of that one. In terms of the other items though, like that we had discussed earlier today, do they all fall into the rise and report now, that those are all automatic in the clean version? They just automatically happen, or is there some resolution that you require now from committee of the whole sitting there?
Yeah.
So we didn't make that motion, but I'm wondering if it's a continuation. So if this meeting is a continuation, then we can make that motion, those motions in the committee of the whole at the next meeting, which will encompass all of it. And then we'll go from there and do another rising report and see where it lands.
Okay, sounds good. So all of those things, well, it's a continuation. Okay, makes sense. All those in favor, please. And that's carried unanimously. Actually, there was no motion. I just needed clarity on something. Oh yeah, that was the adjournment. Okay, Counselor, I don't know, it's a tie. I'll go with Counselor McMath though, because I was looking that way, and St. Pierre is the seconder. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Stay tuned for Monday.